All right, test. We in this bitch early, early than a bitch, and I usually ain't doing this much moving. And I usually got the light off. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna give it some time for people to come in. Yeah. Well, just in case you got that thing already copywritten, let me turn it down. What's up, Conus? Grand Rising. Oh, I got a special surprise. I got a special surprise this morning. It's early. I almost couldn't wait. I had to just go live. Fuck it. I'll go back over it a couple times because this is worth going around a couple times. This is definitely worth going around a couple times. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This blew me away. Let me go back over here. Yep. 'Cause we got the foreign, and they're in there with some Indians. Grand Rising. Let's see what else we got in here while people are while this is going. New missionaries, his divine grace board, Obanaka, Henry. Where is this at? Principal Tucson, the Interesting Seminary appears to be in favor of God and man. The pupils of 26 Americans. So, yeah, we're going to really get into this devotion of religion because this paper is in, where is this paper in? Vermont. In 1819. American Aborigines. From the report of the Prudent Committee of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. Now we're gonna tie that. I got ties in for that foreign missions, but yeah, we're gonna really get into this morning. Man, things are moving a little slow right now on the algorithm. While the algorithm moves slowly, y'all, let's do some reading. Let's read some newspaper articles I haven't read yet, and then we'll get into the lesson because just to give you a preview for those that are here, we got this thing talking about foreign mission schools. Now, you would think foreign means outside of the United States, but foreign just means outside of the 13 colonies or outside of their area at the time. And I can show that by something else. Let's see. Mission schools, foreign missions, right here. So, this right here is going to be one where if somebody tries to tell me, hey, foreign mission schools means that the schools, man, it's hard to talk in the morning. Typically, I'm not a talker in the morning. Like if I got a girl over and stay the morning, we wake up in the morning. Like they know not to, don't even really talk to me in the morning. Or you can talk. Hold on, let me say that wrong. Back, you can talk. Just don't expect me to talk back. Usually, I'm usually in my head in the mornings, which is why I do a lot of this. But I'm trying to get used to going live. But I feel like I get winded. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing why I don't really do this a lot. But either way, fuck it, I'm up. I'll get through it. But yeah, so this right here, as you can see, it says the agents. of the American Board of the Commissioners for Foreign Missions respectfully and affectionately acknowledge the receipt of the following sums in aid for the Indian Mission and School Fund. Okay. We're talking about Indian missions, even though it says foreign right here, foreign mission schools. Um, Let me find one. I feel like there's another one. Now this is, you know what? Let me go over this real quick while we wait for this algorithm to kind of catch up. So peep this. This is a runaway. I just kind of seen it as I was looking at other stuff. It says ran away from the subscriber on the 19th day of March 1818, a Negro woman by the name of Dina. Okay. She was about 30 years of age, 5 feet 7, 5 feet 6 or 7 inch high, of a yellowish complexion, with a large scar on her right or left elbow, occasioned by a burn. Her clothing homespun, cotton and yarn wrapper, stripped, other apparel not remembered, has a pert countenance and artful. Well, now here's the other part, the main part. She ran away before and endeavored to pass as a free woman by the name of Maul Butler. Whoever takes up the said runaway so that I can get her again, if in the neighborhood of Piscataway, shall receive blah blah blah. Now, now that I know, now that we know what certain slavery is, you can start to understand this a little bit more fully and put it into modern times. So, like, this particular slavery was criminal slavery. That's what we're going to start talking about. That's what we're going to start calling it. Criminal slavery. There's apprenticeships. There's criminal slavery. There's indentured servitude. Those are all three different things. And then there's also prisoners of war. That's a whole nother thing. But this person would likely be a criminal or, you know, a prisoner of war. Prisoner of war can be almost classed as a criminal in a sense, right? You're going to be enslaved for who knows how much time. They may even enslave you forever just being a prisoner of war, but maybe not. Maybe not, because not everybody was prisoners of war, of course. Just those who but it depends on the particular war, actually, because many cases, let's say like the Yamasee War, the Tuscarora War, the Chickamauga Wars, a lot of people who didn't get unalived in those wars, it'll tell you that a bunch of people took off running to this way or to the south or to wherever. So that's why I always say that everything didn't happen to everybody. But right here, this seems like you got a man who bought a criminal slave from a sheriff's cell and she's ran away from his house, just like you were run away from jail. And in order to pass as a free woman, she changed her name to Maul Butler. Now, I've heard this many times. People say, man, such and such was on the run. Or somebody told me that Caesar Bruner, his name used to be something else, but he changed it because he was on the run. And when you think about it in like modern day times. Cause like how can you just pass as a free woman? She's attempting to pass as a free woman by giving a different name. Back then, your name was gonna really kind of besides, pretty much your name was gonna kind of identify who the hell you are. Today's time is like your driver's license, right? Or so it's like you go around with a different driver's license because you got a warrant out for your arrest. So when they pull you over, right, and you give them a different ID with your name on it, and they go look you up, you're attempting to pass as a free man. she's attempting to pass as a free woman. Said POWs, criminals, and ditchers sometimes were treated the same. Yeah, in fact, and in a sense, with the apprentices there too. If you think of a person with a large plantation, a large business period, they'd have tons of employees. And then they, if they lived on that plantation, they might have some apprentices in the big house. They might have some indentures in the big house. They probably trust it. Look, think about that. Wow, I'm starting to like put things together, y'all. Appreciate that, get you boy. Much love. Yeah, I'm starting to figure it out. Y'all think about it. They used to be like the people in the house didn't like the the field niggas didn't like the house niggas. Now I don't know if it's exactly this, but think about it. If I'm gonna have a plantation and I'm gonna buy a bunch of different people from different types of ways. I can hire people from indentured servants. I can hire people from a sheriff's cell. I can hire people from apprentices. I can hire people from POWs, if, however you would get those, right? All these things I can hire people from. Well, who do you think I'm going to put in my house? The criminals or or the indentured servants and apprentices that are just looking to get work? I'm gonna put the indentured servants and apprentices in my house. The criminals are gonna go outside. Can you see why the criminals outside didn't like pay possibly the people in the big house, so to speak? If it, whenever it went like that, with the visual, you know what I'm saying? Uh, it's a wild notion. It's a wild idea. You know. What's up, YouTube world? Whoops, let me bring up my chat on the YouTube side of the game. DJ Z, I see you over there. Say, oh snap, you better go in. Yeah, I see you over there. Dark Souls, Hotel, peace. DJ Z, yeah, peace with it, peace with it. Umber Beast, what's happening? Morning, Sam. I believe you and I have some of the same family, Mitchell, in your family line of Georgia. So me, uh, you say you want to debate. How did people even know they were called slaves in the South when they already working on their own land? How did people know they were called slaves in the South when they were already working on their own land? Well, you got to know what a slave is. And first of all, Mitchell, Umber Beast, Mitchell. So with my Mitchell, he took the guy on my tree that took the Mitchell name. He was one of those off chance kind of folks that took on the name of their so-called slave master. But what the situation really is him and his brother were pretty much orphaned in a sense, or I don't know how they got the chief's kids. Their dad's was a chief, but I got to go look back into that story. But long story short, they were staying up under a guy named Eli Mitchell, and Eli Mitchell is who they belong to as a guardian under an apprenticeship, more than likely, because they said they worked for him. Because they asked were you a slave. Now, when they say who are you a slave of, that's like who are you working for? You belong to Eli Mitchell, and you were slaving for Eli Mitchell. Because it asks who did you belong to. It also asks who are you a slave of. And this is the Dawes Rose paperwork I'm talking about in my head, but from the application. And so when I did the calculations on when they were put into that, uh, Jake, the youngest, he was 9 years old. So by the time they actually emancipated people, he was still in his apprenticeship. Now that I know that's what it is, he was still under that guardian. And in fact, it says he continued to work for him after that. So I don't think it was that bad of a situation, but he took on his last name. And then when I looked it up, he was 9 years old, and him and his brother didn't really remember what their dad's last name was, which was really Watkins. So really, I come from a Watkins on that side, but it got changed to Mitchell because of the guardianship situation. When I first was came across that in my tree. I didn't know how to explain it, but now today I can actually fully explain it in the right proper context. And that's what knowing history does. Like you'll be able to finally break down your tree the right way. What up, Daddy O? And I'm gonna see what this I forgot what old boy said real quick. What up, Regal? Grand Rising? Has nothing to do with someone actually whipping you. It means employee. Exactly. In fact, I got newspaper articles and stuff showing that it was against the law to whip your slave. And especially unless the only way you can whip them is if they either trying to escape and they're fugitive. And really those were fugitive criminals. It applied to criminals. So when it didn't you supposed to you supposed and you're now the apprentices they had even more protections, to be honest. So they wasn't out around here whipping on apprentices either. They wasn't around here whipping on criminals unless you was a fugitive. And when you go look at fugitive slave laws, which I have some, I didn't pull them up, but I might be able to find them. They was talking about certain things about whipping people, and you'll be fined like 40 shillings if you were to whip a slave more than the amount of time. Also, it was like you'd be fine if you whipped the person too many whips. They specified the amount of whips. If you found a strange nigga walking outside and he can't prove his freedom, you were by right at that point in time and appointed to supposed to beat him 39 times, hit him 39 times with the whip. And now that applied to white folks too. So this is not just us, meaning you could take your whip out there as a nigga get the get your ass, white boy. You could do that. Okay. They want you to think that only they could do that. But and that's why I showed that whole what you call it, even if it was on the ulterior, whatever, that's why I showed this little what you call it? Oh, what's up under there? And I found it in the Library of Congress, regardless of how they want to take it or say what it really was supposed to represent. This was that. You know what I'm saying? Abolition of the slave trade or the man, the master. Abolition of the slave trade or the man, the master. So let me read. Let's see. That's what's so crazy. Because what somebody tried to say yesterday was you're reading this wrong. They're trying to say, hey, if black people were to get free, then this is what's going to happen. Abolition of the slave trade or the man, the master. But regardless, we got the laws saying exactly Harrison's law showing you exactly that that's from the Library of Congress right here. When any person who shall, on any conviction of any crime or breach of any penal law, be sentenced to pay a fine or fines, or without the cost of the prosecution, it shall be and may be lawful for the court before such conviction shall be had to order the sheriff to sell or hire the person or two persons or so convicted to service to any person or persons who may pay the said fines. So yeah, you go up and you pay the fines for people who are in jail. And then you see down here talks about any absconding, whatever. If he or she is so absconding conviction, a justice of the peace may be whipped at 39 last stripes, or and shall moreover serve 2 days or more or so law. So whipping was just like it was a form of punishment for real. uh, I mean, it is what it is. But what up, CR the Great? Man, okay, y'all, we got enough people in here now. Hold on, let me see what this dude was saying. Um, so right on my mother's side of the Cherokee family, Mitchell and Cherokee. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I really need to track back the both the Watkins and the Mitchell. How did people even know that they were slaves in the South when they were already working on their own land? So, as you just seen, slavery was a criminal thing. Man, appreciate that. Umber B said, thanks for sharing history with us. Man, much love to you. Much appreciation. Much love and much appreciation to the gifts also on the TikTok world. Yeah, sorry, I was reading sorry TikTok, I'm over here reading the YouTube. I know it gets confusing. But man, much appreciation, Umber Beast, man. I love y'all for that, man. Right on says, no, wait a minute. So he was asking about the so as you just seen to answer your question, and then we about to get into the real game. Let me pull up the game. The game for the day. Y'all can peep that a little bit while I say this. So I just showed you that slavery was in convictions for some type of crime. You get that it happens to you in a conviction for some crime. So now you can see that yeah, people was working on their own plantation. They were free. That's what free meant. You're free from jail in a sense because it was almost like it was an open air prison. You know what I'm saying? The landmass because there was no industrial prison complexes where you could house thousands of niggas in a building. Now you can. But back then, you could think about it as basically like house arrest. Them niggas was on house, well, not house arrest. Nah, don't think about it like that's different because they be at their own house. But no, they were arrested, put in jail. They could be either on a 5 year, 10 year, 20 year, or a life sentence. That's the only time you're a slave for life. And unless you're a prisoner of war and somehow they made that to you, but or something. Um, but from that point, um, somebody can go buy you from a sheriff's cell and they can have you on their plane. So how would you know if you were a slave? Because you broke the law. That's basically it. How would you know you were a slave? Because your ass broke the law. And now you over here at Mr. Johnson's crib picking up trash. So that's how you know. And how would you know you were an indentured servant? You would have signed a contract of an indentured servitude, and you would have put yourself in indenture, or you would have, that means like you got yourself a job for 5 years. You signed on for a 5 year contract to a job. That's really it. Unless like somebody coming over here from Europe, they was like they had a 7 year deal, that was a 7 year contract to be like a 1099 employee for somebody, basically. And then at the 7 years, they say you were released. You were released to go find another job. What do you think they was doing? What do you know what I'm saying? Like the way that they really kind of misconstrued things, I'm just now getting it. So I'm not making fun of anybody because I'm just now getting it. Like I'm laughing at it because it's just like, man, the way they really misconstrued the shit on purpose just to really fuck with us. It really shows a lot of craziness. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's how you would know if you was a slave, indentured servant. Apprentices knew that they were apprentices, they were children, or they were under a guardian. Unfortunately, some of them didn't know what happened. That's where the horror stories are at. The criminal slavery is not that bad. POW, I mean, well, it is because there were harsh laws purposely on niggas. So no, it is. It's just like today, right? Harsh laws on niggas in our neighborhood, and we getting put in jail and stuff like that. It's very similar, but the like being POWs, prisoners of wars, uh um or orphaned, that's those are where your horror stories could be, on what happened. But there's a lot of free folks. A lot of us own folks, a lot of us own slaves. We own criminals. We went down to the sheriff's cell just like you would go to the sheriff's cell and buy a goddamn car. Today, we went down there and bought a damn worker and said, man, get on down there. That's what you're here for. And if somebody want to say you was mean to them, they was a criminal. You probably would be a little mean to a criminal. Get your ass out there and hit that cotton field, nigga. Calling them all kind of niggas. Now we can look at it with a laugh. Cause it's like, man, we're peeling back the onions on slavery to where it's like, I know where to laugh at and I know where to cry at because I have cried about the orphan situations. I have cried about the reality of how they were orphaned. What happened to their parents? What were they thinking in their head when they were in that bedroom for the first time under some random guardian who's still got to protect them under their apprenticeship agreement because they had got a loan and getting money on that kid. Just like today, when a mother or father passes and you go to a guardian and that guardian receives what? Money. But Back then, is what did they do to them parents and what happened to that child and all this other stuff, man. So yeah, let me look over here to TikTok and then we're gonna get into the game real quick because I've been neglecting the TikTok for a second. And we got some folks back up in here. What up, Gia Santana, Grand Rise, and get your green on, get your green ready. Grand Rise and Seven Flames. Chain gang, Daddy O, what's happening? He said, so the indentured servant signed paperwork versus the slave was under a guardian and committed so a crime. Oh yeah, in a sense. And I wouldn't call them a guardian. I would say your guardians would be over your apprentice, like your guardian over a minor. Your indentured servants, yeah, they were under more of like a boss or a contract with somebody. And your slaves, they were, I guess you would call them independent wardens in a sense, or in like parole officers in it, almost like parole officers. Well, parole officers not really telling you what to do and how to work, but yeah, there's a lot of things you can't do, and you got to report about it all the time. I would say it's more like a parole officer in today's time, but but a little bit more stricter because they telling you where to work. But I think a parole officer might tell you where to work or give you places. Now they give you options. Well, you can go here if you like. It says has nothing to do with whipping. Okay, we'll play. Yeah, I read that. Plantation farming, which alive our people worked in our family firm now today used as a warehouse. Yeah, yeah. And we a plantation is just a farm where you plant things. You plant in a plantation. Shout out to my Cherokee Hebrews. Peace, family. What's up, Cyberborn? All right, two greats. All right, y'all. So let's get into this game. Let's get into this game. So we got quite enough people in here. Got my little side stories out the way. Let's get into this real game. Now, where did where did these natives come from, right? Where did these natives come from? Hmm. Well, right now we're looking at a foreign mission school. Now, you would think foreign mission school means foreign outside of the United States, but this is 1819. So we're talking about foreign areas of outside the colonies mostly. I say mostly because 1819 they just start moving into like Louisiana after the Louisiana Purchase going west. So they're establishing foreign mission schools as they go that way. Okay. Now, and I can show proof on that, and I'll pull up something for that. Actually, let me pull up that real quick. We'll pull up just one thing that'll prove it for the playback, in case this is somebody's first time ever getting in. So, like when you have this right here from the 1700s, in South Carolina. I was trying to find if I had it with the date on it, but whatever. Y'all just gonna have to believe me. But the Society for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts haven't had so much to propagate in the same way in the Negro and Indian slaves in the Majesty's colonies, up into this green part in the Majesty's colonies. So it's right there, you know that there's a separation. The Majesty's colonies is what they're talking about in 17, I think it's like 35, 38, something like that, 1740, something like that. And foreign parts would be they're trying to teach the Negro and Indians outside in foreign parts, or the Indians really. The Negroes and Indians are already together in the colonies, but right now they're trying to go to foreign parts outside of the colonies to propagate this Bible where the Indians are at. Okay, and they're making these people schoolmasters. But that's let's get back to the game. And also just for the thing, and I'm gonna show this about the foreign mission schools, like this right here. It says the agent. This is in I forgot what the Liberty Cadet is, but it says the agents of the American, as we see, American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions respectfully and affectionately acknowledge the receipt of the following sums of money for the Indian mission and school fund. Okay. And these is money that people gave through the church in order to fund the mission, right? Ain't that ain't that tied into, for those who've seen this before, ain't that tied into this right here where it says, hey, we're gonna purchase some country born Negro to do the little to propagate the Bible, right? And then it says, hey, we figured out a way to pay for it, but it says, hey, but whereas the said society have no way to pay for the fund, depending on carrying out this good work, by the blessings of God, the voluntary contributions of pious and disposed well Christians are not without hopes and charitable assistance of some for the world parts towards it. Basically, they're saying that Christians in churches will fund the mission schools that are going to have the Indians and the Negroes together. Well, one of the said Negroes, they had purchased a Negro already, and and I'm gonna show you where it says that about the children is right here, uh, right here, and in the to whom the Negro and Indian children of this parish may be sent to school for free, right? So we know that these mission schools, I just wanted to throw that in, foreign mission schools are the propagation of the Bible and the education of the Indians. I mean, in the education in Indian territory. So now let's look at this that I found in 1819. Now, this would be 75 years later or so, right? We're talking about 1740s. They're just now saying, hey, we're about to start propagating this Bible and building these foreign mission schools. And then I showed you a document where they had people from churches contributing for the mission, right? Now we about to look at, I was looking at other mission schools, and we'll look at some of those too. I need to blot some of that out. Like this one right here. Actually, let's look at this one first. Let's look at this one first. A chapter of this one. Then we're gonna go to the other one. That's gonna drive it home because this is gonna show us my bad, my voice, us. This is gonna show us in schools, Choctaw Cherokees in school, in a foreign mission school only. The next foreign mission school is gonna show the natives and where they came from for real. Now the gravity of this is explosive. I'm not even gonna lie to you because they can't get past this at all. At all. This is gonna show exactly where they were coming from and combining them with us in foreign mission schools. And I used to say, I said it the other like last week or so. I said, Sam, do you think it's just like the answer or like the lie is just gonna, or the truth or somehow is just gonna jump out on the page and say, yeah, we brought in these people and that, and we tricked y'all niggas, and this is it. Like now, that you don't always find the answer so blatantly, but sometimes you do. So this taught me sometimes you motherfucker do. You have no idea what they used to write in the newspapers. This is why they said they didn't want you to read the news. They didn't want us reading much, even though many of us did read, but some of us were still speaking an Indian tongue. Okay. So some of us were still speaking an Indian tongue. So as they wrote these things, they only expected those uh who were English, who knew English to read these. And then of course they probably gave us a dumbed down version of English. Just like today, I have to learn all these words. But like, yeah, they didn't want us to read this shit. Okay. And when I say that, these people like they're like talking. Like as we read this is a man talking about what's going on in the school directly. Now let's read. Let's read. It says, hold on, I gotta get my little. It says 4 Indian youth. Go small on that. 4 Indian youth, Choctaw, and 3 Cherokee have recently been placed at this institution. with a view of receiving a thorough education. So we know we're talking about an education school, and but it's a mission. Mission means religious, right? It's a religious education school headed by church wardens and reverends, like Sunday school, right? But this would be a little bit different before they started that. They are the 14 are from 14 to 16 years of age. Notice that they're in the apprentice type mode and are extremely desirous of obtaining the benefit of instruction. The Choctaw is a half breed which has never had any advantages of schooling, but who has been brought up in habits of industry and now applies himself to letters with the utmost acidity. I was trying to figure that word out earlier, but basically does things really well. Two of the Cherokees have attended Mr. Gamhold's. Now, look at that surname, Gamhold. Okay. Mr. Gamhold's school and are able to read, write, and parse the English language. They have also made some progress in arithmetic. Their fathers are half breeds, and their mothers are full blooded Cherokees. Notice that. One of the so it's like you've supposedly made it in with maybe somebody, and what is the other blood? That's one thing they don't say. Is the other blood YT or is it a Negro Brit or a Negro Spaniard or a Negro something? That's another thing too. I had a revelation earlier that when I looked up the words, the definitions on Negro, Black versus Moor, um, Negro never meant black, like black. Well, except in the Spanish form of it. So I don't want to say it like that. Negro meant black in Spanish. But when I was looking at the definition, it was mostly saying black or more. And when you look up more, it would say Negro. But more would never say black. Sometimes it would say black or more. It would never just say black by itself. And what I'm getting to is really on the more part. The black, I can deal with black and Negro because both those would be utilized as an adjective. I think it's the mores that attach themselves to those adjectives, and they're trying to confuse us. What I'm saying is like, when you look up in the Spanish books, it says Negro is pretty much like a color, you know. But when you look up in the English books, it was saying Negro meant black or more. And when you look up what a Moor meant, it said Moor meant a Negro. And I was like, huh. But then when you look up the word black, it just says a color. That doesn't change to some African shit until 1857, 1850s. But like, I'm saying that to say they want us to think that we were also Moors. I don't even want to get on the Moor topic like that. But yeah, let me just not get on the Moor topic. Okay. One of our sons, Mr. Higgs, because that's just so much. Whose character is known, the other is nephew of a distinguished chief. So we got somebody who's the nephew of a distinguished chief at this school, called the Ridge. Uh, those youth speak with the English language well and would not be suspected by their pronunciation of being anything other than an English descent. Now, notice that. Notice that right there. You know what I'm saying? All we're basically saying like they knew that they were erasing our languages purposely, kid by kid. And now you start thinking about like your parents that was working that was kind of poor back in the day, but still a Indian, still speaking their language. Think about all these flood of YT folks after Ellis Island start flooding on in here, and these schools are just now because this school is just kind of getting set up. This one right here, but schools was just kind of getting set up still like in the mid 1800s to late 18, like schools was just kind of getting set up and they was started off as some bullshit. So you think about it, At some point, when all the Ellis Islanders come in and they super fund them, and everything starts popping up around you in English, and everything starts popping around you up in the cities in English and stuff, and your ancestors start feeling uneducated because they can't do certain things in society that they wish they could because they can't really see what the hell's going on, can't read everything. What are they going to do? They're going to start sending their kids to what? School. And they're going to start saying things like, I wish I could have sent you to school, you know? You would hear them old folks on some of them old videos from the early 1900s. Ah, if I could have just sent him to school so he can have an education like I didn't got. They made it look so amazing and fucked the whole economy up to make it look like they was on top, white ices, whatever. But I mean, when you super fund it, it does look that way. Or also, let me say this too: when you take over the buildings, let me throw that out there. I'm sorry. When you take over the buildings and all the good shit we already had here, because I can't give them credit. Nah, yeah, I mean, let me take that back. Let's reel that all the way back. When you come over here and take over the buildings and all that shit and you throw English on everything, even though English was our language already, so some of us already likely spoke English. I'm just saying, like, we know it was different tribes. So I don't know who spoke English, who spoke Shatta, what the Shatta spoke was Muskogee. Uh, like, I don't know who, whatever, right? It could have been Algonquins up there speaking English or something. I don't know, right? But at some point they started instituting one language across us in order to wipe out what we had going. And they took over our buildings. So at some point you start changing out all this. You come into an Indian territory that doesn't speak that language per se. We probably may speak a form of it, but then all of a sudden you just start throwing up everything. It just I can see how you would just start doing this. Like this school only had a few people in it right here, and yet at the same time, they're going to over time. That's going to be, of course, become massive over time. So, but the remaining youth is a full blooded Cherokee and has about 6 months as a member of school at Bernard or whatever it is, Brainerd. He can read in easy lessons and has made a considerable progress in pronouncing English. The name of the Choctaw is McKee Folsom. There's a Folsom, y'all. And notice that's not an Indian name. I mean, it's not a one of those Indian names, but don't get me wrong, they do have some of those like down here. So it's not that we didn't have them or some didn't have some. Again, it makes you wonder, like, who had what, you know what I'm saying, what tribe. These were still our names. I don't know, I'm still I want to find more super concrete because there's these and then there's these, and I've also seen these Englishized in a sense. So like how that says Kalaginu, Kalagina, Ginu, like the last name could be Ginu, and they or Gunu or something like that. That could be respelled today as something else that I don't know of, right? I haven't looked too much into that, but one I have seen it where there's some people that was like something something Harjo, and I was like, oh, I know some Harjos, and I was like, but they had the Ha and Joe was separated, and so I was just like, see, it's almost like I get like when they got to us. They didn't know what the hell we were saying, so when we would say every syllable, they just put a dash between them. I don't know what the nigga name is. The nigga's name is such and such, and like what would Taquarius? Like if we would, hey, like imagine them trying to spell out Taquarius, T-A dash Aquarius, Q-U dash. That's basically what it is. Taquarius. That's basically what that is in a sense, okay. But these are the people who's in the foreign mission school. So I don't need to continue on this one. But okay, so what's up, Meta? She said yes, they did just write anything. Wale Geechee, Cudjo, Cudjo. Oh, is that what was we looking at? I was about to say, did I see one that said Kojo? I may have missed that, or not, or maybe I was just saying something about a Kojo. But I do remember seeing. I think I want to say I seen a Kojo on a name on a Indian name that was dashed out before. such and such Cujo or something. What's up, Ari? What up, crew? What? Peace to the people. Peace to the people. All right. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. We got the gang here for real. So we know for sure, foreign mission schools. This one had only Choctaws, Chickasaw, Choctaws, and Cherokees, right? So now let's find what other foreign mission school I saw. Now we know exactly. Now let me get my pointer. This should blow the damn internet up, but it ain't. But it should, because this is wild. The interesting seminary appears to be in favor with God and man. The present number of pupils is 20. 6 are from the Sandwich Islands. Let's keep going, and then we're going to break these down. I said Sandwich Islands. Y'all remember, for those that know and remember, I did the thing with Lewis Chorus where I showed the Miwok Indians who are melanated in California, right? In there, he shows people from the Sandwich Islands. I remember looking up the Sandwich Islands. But let's keep going, and I'm going to show you the Sandwich Islands. 2 are from the Society Islands. I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to have to look that up. 1 is from the island of Timor. A Chinese in language. That's Timor. A Chinese. 1 is from Bengal. 1 is from Malaya. And 6 are American Aborigines. Yeah. This right here is undeniable evidence of the start of them bringing over people from random places and mixing them in with American Aborigines through the church. Mm-hmm. Through the church. Yeah, only 6 in this one. Well, there was only so many at the last school. You think about it, the schoolhouses back then could be just one little building, and they only have, you know what I'm saying, them old school schoolhouses. That was all you needed. All of a sudden, you got a mission. We teach about 7, 8 kids. Now, what's the Sandwich Islands? We're gonna continue to read that, but let's look at this. What's the Sandwich Island people? Some of y'all might know. That's where the Sandwich Island is. Don't know what that is? They call it Sandwich Island Communications. That's what's there now. Hawaii. Some of them are Hawaiian. Like we've said. Even though Hawaiians originally were melanated, like King Kamehameha. But at certain times they weren't. In fact, they were still somewhat melanated. I even found this map here to show you that this is the chart of the Sandwich Islands to show you that the Hawaii was called the Sandwich Islands. Okay. And here we got the islands of Hawaii, right? Oh, Hawaii. Wow. I ain't never know that's how you spelled it. And that's how it's Hawaii. Hawaii. Wow. I didn't even know. I just, wow. Okay. Wow. But it was called the Sandwich Islands. This is from Lewis Chorus's book. The inhabitants of the Isles de Sandwich. Here's some of them. Melanated with a you know, they've been mixed with some you know, with something. Or maybe that's how they came up out the ground. but I will say they're different ones. Let me flip this. Also, the Isles of Sandwich, melanated, straight haired, but these look like they look more like your Hindustan, like dark skinned Hindu, whatever going on. But it doesn't end there. They're not the only ones there. They're not the only ones there. There's these people. Let me flip this. Yeah, there was some people who wasn't as melanated and still had a little bit more of an Asiatic look, according to Lewis Course. Inhabitants, Isles of Sandwich, some more of them, right? Take a look at the style. Our hair doesn't really do well, not really, no. Uh, no. You see that chin hair? That's very, very much so not us. Okay, very much so not really us. All right, but you got some other ones though, ho. I gotta cover up their what you call it, so it doesn't get your boy flagged. Hold up. All right, yeah, I had to cover that up, just in case, TikTok. But all the sandwich, right? Is what they show. Okay, hard to tell there, but let me hurry up and cover this chick up before I get hit with a restriction. All right, let's take a look at this one though. Now look at that hair and look at that phenotype. Hard to tell. Hard to tell what was going over there. Either a good amount of mixing, or maybe that's just how they was, or maybe there's a combination of us with some Mongoloids and some Hindustan looking folks. But these would be your folks from the Isle of Sandwich, and also these folks. Okay. Also these folks. Notice they're living in this kind of structure. Okay. The Indians in America were living in stone structures. We were not living in those. But okay. So now let's go back to here. We have a foreign mission school. Grand Rising, what's up, Tabitha? Let's see who else is up in here. I've been saying stuff. Blend. What does the picture say? I think I probably said it already, but the ones I showed said I was a sandwich. I love their black and beaches. I love their black. Oh, black sand beach. You talking about out there in Hawaii? I didn't even know they had black sand beaches. That's wild. Mongols. That where my daughter was born. Or that's where your daughter was born, Cyberborn. That's what's up. And I bet it's beautiful out there. I ain't never been to Hawaii. You been there 4 times, crew out? Damn, I bet it's beautiful out there. Little houses on the prairie. Yeah, like the kind of schoolhouse. Everything started from the church. Yep. Yep. Go back down here. All right. So we got some people from the Sandwich Islands. Let's look up what the Society Islands are. I didn't look that up. And that one's actually kind of new to me. Society Islands map. Where is this? They was grabbing niggas from anywhere, man. These niggas was grabbing niggas from anywhere, man. All coming from that side though. I'm not surprised because when you go to shit, where is it under? Mm, I think it might be under my maps. I'm not surprised, but these niggas was grabbing niggas from anywhere, dude. Are you serious? And we said this. These they was tossing any kind of one of these, random looking ass niggas mixed with all kind of random mixes. And it's easier to come and think about it. Like if you put people on the island and you put like five, let's say you put 1,000 people on the island, and the island is only big to house that 1,000 people, right? Um, and you purposely put them there. That's really like your Yaku project in a sense. You purposely put them there, and you leave them there. They don't have no boats. They far off in the motherfucking whatever. You know what I'm saying? Over time, it's just like yeah, they gon' that's the ones that are gonna mix amongst each other. You ain't got nobody else to fuck. You gonna fuck somebody. And over time, you're gonna end up with some weird mix. It's almost like they went to islands and placed people around. It's like, all right, let's see what y'all come up with when we come back. We be back in about 40 years. Let's see what y'all turn, what your babies look like. That's wild. And I was trying to find. Oh, it might be under Christopher Columbus under my Columbus folder. That's wild. But they grabbing niggas from anywhere, dude, and putting them up in schools with our folks to confuse us for the sheer confusion. Do you think there's any other good reason why they was mixing in niggas from all those places into the classes with the Cherokee Choctaws and shit like that? And they ain't never said nothing. Ain't none of them told you nigga came from Hawaii. Ain't none of them told you. To be honest, this might be revealing to many of them. This might be really revealing. What? Yeah, nigga, go look at the records out there, nigga. Get your ass out there and look at them records. That's where the fuck you from. Y'all gonna find all kind of shit going back. Here it goes. Uh they gonna find all kind of shit going back if they don't quit playing with themselves. I'm helping them out today. In fact, we helping you out in the Indian community, man. We figuring out the shit that was lied to y'all about. Y'all parents got over here from the goddamn Sandwich Islands. I don't know what was going over there. Maybe y'all was eating each other or something. But y'all don't want to go back. Yeah, they didn't want to go back to them islands. And you would think it'd be nice on the island. It depends on who own that bitch. It depends on who's on that motherfucker. And if you can get or whatever. But okay, now look at this. Wow, it actually shows it. This shows that I didn't notice where these notice. Okay, let me tell you what this is first. This is a wall in the Spain museum, a museum in Spain that I just went on the internet. Everything's in Spanish, but it's literally over there in Madrid. All right. It's a naval museum. I was just like, let me see what I'm gonna find in here. As I'm doing a virtual tour, walking through that bitch, I looked up and I was like, look at what's on that wall. This is what's on the wall. As you can see, there's a case right there with something in it, right? This is on the wall. And on the main thing I noticed, I said, look at it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 voyages coming from this way to that way, right? Which they say is the hardest way to come. Look how many voyages come from this way to that way. First of all, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, something like that. And notice how they're getting there. They're coming. Let me do my little markup. Want to show you how they're getting there. They're going from Spain around Africa, coming this way, and kicking it in the Philippines. And you might be like, is that counterintuitive? Well, I guess it must be harder to cross this way because them niggas wasn't doing it like that, first of all. But second of all, you can stop anytime you need to grab you some provisions or some food or water or you know what I'm saying, if anything happens to you. So your only major selling point is from here to here that you won't have access to land. Okay. So now it doesn't seem as crazy, right? So basically that's what they were doing. Or you could even, if you wanted to be safe, you can stay up along land the whole time. You really could. Okay. But these people would go here, hit this area, and then start coming out. Okay. They could have brought goddamn Australians. They could have brought goddamn Australians. They don't. That's the Sandwich Islands, or that, not the sandwich. The one of these is the sandwich. The other one is the other little small little piece of shit, little island, Society Islands that we just found, probably somewhere right over in here. And they pick up them niggas and bring them niggas over. Okay, bringing these motherfuckers over. That's Spain bringing them over. When Americans or the United States or English or British, it doesn't change so many times, when they finally go west in Indian territories where Spanish people had been, who also had brought some of these people with them, they're putting their children in schools with us. I hope y'all get that now. This is where the confusion starts to come in, as well as that same shit is happening over here in South America. In fact, a lot of these came to South America. And in fact, notice the port, a lot are coming to this port here, but there's some people coming to a port here. I have they manifest from that port. In fact, let me show you. Make sure I don't. I'm gonna show you another that. Oh, but look, yeah, on this other side. In fact, to go back home, they will go this way and come back, and sometimes go back up like that. Sometimes it looks like they will make some journeys, but it only looks like only one time. But uh, and I don't know if this is per journey. Technically, there probably was more, but these are like the major ones, major expeditions. But yeah, you don't have that many coming this way. You don't really have that many coming that way from Spain. You don't. Now, how many came from the English and other stuff? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But definitely from Spain, you don't have that many. And they were the main ones coming. The English and British and shit didn't really start getting up in here tough, and especially in the South, till like the mid 1700s. You know, and that ain't even tough. That's just some getting here. They didn't get here tough until late 1800s. But still, hopefully that draws a little bit better of an idea on what was going on and why these people, who these people are, how they got here, and then why they were here, who brought them here. Let's look at the other ones, the other places on that. Who brought them here, and then when the English got there to see them, they had to reclassify because that's going to be the thing. They want to say, they'll be like, "You want to tell us that white folks just brought these folks in and just started using them?" In some cases, for Ellis Island, yes. During the Ellis Island years, 1890 and up, for sure. And they brought in any of them, and any of those that came in, they got scooched on into those categories too. But prior ones that was here were not necessarily brought in possibly by the English. They were brought in by the Spaniards and have been here, and possibly the French maybe, but for sure the Spaniards. Okay, they were bringing those people into New Spain. Why they call it, in Texas was called the New Philippines. Okay, for those who don't know, New Philip. Uh, oh yeah, I know it is. It's Nuevas. Dang, you didn't find that on the map. You piece of shit. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do it like this. Nuevas Filipinas map. Right there. Okay. Nuevas Filipinas. Probably because I spelled it wrong. Nuevas Filipinas. Okay, that was Texas. That was Texas. Then you got because you should ask. They call it Filipinas. Was there some Filipinos there? It's the first thing you should ask, right? Now it was named after King Philip Philippines, and that was supposed to be the new Philippines, but it goes to I think it goes to show that the Filipinos are, and this area right here, where Baja California, right here, that's where they have a port, and I'm gonna show you. Do I have an easy way to get to it? Mm, maybe I'll do this. Chinese passenger list. These right here. Let me find those. Showing all folders. Let me see if I can find the one that'll show where they're landing over there. Arrived at. Like I done pulled these niggas cars. It's too late now. They can't. They done pull. They done talk too much shit. I'm gonna have all the motherfucking evidence to show. Uh, see these Chinese passengers coming in, and they're coming in, but in the year of 1923, 1905 to 1923. Let me say that. Um, during Ellis Island, all that shit. These people. I wanted to show where that port is. Selling last foreign port Rio. This says right here, Department of Commerce, Immigration and Labor, Anglo Mexicans, some Anglo Mexicans, selling from the last port of Rio, arriving at Port Newport. Newport. Uh, I don't know why I be losing the connection on my damn iPad. So yeah, that's Newport. That's 1912, and this is a bunch of people coming in from goddamn where it is from? Nationality BR, I forgot. Norwegian? No, not Norwegian. I can't remember. A bunch of immigrants coming in, goddamn it. Alien crew list, right? Uh without going all the way through it. But I was looking for the one that told me that the name of that port that they were coming into starts with an E. These are passenger vessels coming into Seattle, Washington, y'all. 1882. Chinese passenger 1882 Seattle, Washington. What else do I need to show? You know, do you need more proof that they were bringing over Chinese in the late 18 to 19 early 1900s and that they was niggas, and do you need proof that they was putting these niggas in class with it? Oh, your nigga got all that. And the next time I go on a motherfucking native live, I'm gonna be dangerous. I'm gonna go on one just for this. And let me show y'all real quick where y'all come from and how y'all got here and who brought you here real quick. I just wanted to help your genealogy out. You know what I'm saying? I figured y'all might need a hand. So that's the society. Let's go back to this. You said it's 1882. Oh, you talking about the Naturalization Act? I'm sick of these tales. Oh, we getting it figured out for real. Facts. Made me see sex argument. Melanesian or Pacific. What's on the shield? What's on that shield up top? Oh, my bad. You probably was talking about the what you call it. Um, the map. Son of Columbus. think it's the other one. No, it must have been the other one. Yeah, I don't know. Two castles and it's a coat of arms for something. America del Norte. Something I should look into. Regal. Yeah, Chinese Exclusion Act. Holy Roman Empire. Is that what that is? Is that what this is? I know we got a lot of castles. And they don't have that symbol on anywhere else either. Other than I think that's the same. That's America too. I wonder why they made it twice. I guess they just wanted to cover up the wall, but yeah, they got it over there twice. Unless I'm looking through a mirror version, or maybe that's a mirror. No, because the words keep going. Yeah, I don't know why they got it up there twice, but both of them have a coat of arms on it. This one shows more landmass at the top than this one, and maybe that's why, for some reason, it's showing more north of what was going on. But for whatever reason, they did that. They did that. Um, maybe there's two Americas I don't know about. Hell, at the same time. You know what? Let me text receipt. God is oh shit. I didn't know that. Ooh, I almost got my damn live stream canceled 3 minutes ago. I didn't see this damn puzzle piece over here. Hold on, y'all. I'm not hearing this. Like it's not giving me that noise. Typically you hear a noise. Whoops. Typically you hear a noise when it's about to do that. But I'm not getting a noise. And I'm trying not to look at that screen so I can keep up with the comments on the other app on YouTube and Twitter. My bad. Had to let that somebody know something. Okay. So now let's go back to the game. So now we know now we got this proof here. We got people from the Sandwich Islands, from the Society Islands, from the island of Timor, and they say that he speaks Chinese. So hey, the Asiatic thing we say that they are, they can't deny that. Now can they? Island of Timor. Let me just pull that up. Island of Timor map. It's probably over there in the same area, to be honest. Yeah, right there in the goddamn Philippine area. Every all these people are from over there. Now with that, now let me ask you this. Now with the Hawaiians, I was gonna let it slide and be like, okay, you know what? If y'all Hawaiians, I guess, I guess you an American Indian, I guess. But goddamn Island of Timor, now you goddamn bullshit me. Now you bullshit me. And you speak Chinese, you bullshitting me. 100% bullshitting me. Okay? And I'm not even gonna give the Society Islands a motherfucking pass either. Fuck that. Who else did they have in this bitch? And a Bengali person. Let's look at that. And Malaya. We'll look at it just for the what you call it. Bengal. What is it? Bengal. Bangladesh. Oh, Bengali is Bangladesh. These niggas, boy, Bangladesh. You had a Bangladesh kid in that bitch. And now, no. Now it makes sense. Now I'm gonna show y'all this. When you look at the Seminoles, now it makes fucking sense on who these people are. The first ones I said Spaniards. But let's look again. Remember, we got pictures of the real Seminoles with guns in their hands if you want to try a nigga, right? And they want to sit there and try to call you an African. Need to use it on those folks. But then we also have the one folks I was showing you, the one photo I was showing you. I was like, oh, these was the other Seminoles right here. I said, oh, these was the other Seminoles. He's an obvious Spaniard in a sense, right? Now you know what that is. I was like, I knew it was somebody from over there, like a Bengali or whatever, Malaysia, but I just didn't know or have any proof of them motherfuckers having any kind of way of being in this bitch. I was just like, that's some kind of Arab or some kind of something. Same thing with this rusty face looking motherfucker. Look at that shit. And then look at this motherfucker. Get the hell out of here. Now we know an idea because you know why this makes sense? Seminoles, right? Who brought these people over? Spaniards. Who was in the areas with us kicking it in Florida, the South, the entire South, which was called Florida? And they was only in small parts. They was barely in St. Augustine, Florida. That's why you mostly see them out there. They was barely in St. Augustine, Florida, in some small parts. But who was there? Spaniards. And now we know they was bringing these folks. We just seen not only the map in Spain where they were shipping folks from over that way, we also see a school who put them niggas in there with us. And so they would, and now we have a photograph of these niggas in the Seminoles. So now you know, because then now you have a picture. When the English come down to fight the Seminoles, they are fighting the red men and the black and the Indian. Okay, but this and not an African. And maybe some Negroes might have been there who came from the colonies, which would be Negroes from Europe. If anything, they would be the runaways. But in many cases, I don't know. It depends on what it was running away from. Um, but you have these. So when they get down there, you have Spaniards plus the people they done brought in from Hawaii and everywhere else for whatever the hell reason, and then you got us. And when they get down there, they say, "Look, we're gonna make videos of these guys and call these the real Seminoles, and we're gonna recognize these people as that." Right now, you other folks, we're gonna call you Africans after 1856, 1866. And we're gonna separate you from the tribe. Now it's all coming together now. It's all coming together. Whoops. Oh, I see. I see. I need to pay attention to that. I need to pay attention to that. And I'm gonna take it. Look. Hey, I'm gonna take this whole thing away that says this talking point that says 7 nations came together to conquer us. Let me think. Am I taking that talking point away? Because this is my thing. I mean, in a sense, yes, but it's not like that. It's literally trickery of the most trickery of trickery. Like the Spaniards came in with these folks randomly all throughout different parts of the world. Not that they was defeating us in anything. Do y'all think these people can fight? No. But something happened. Something did happen to us. Let me say this. Something did happen to us because obviously they destroyed a lot of our things. So let me not take that talking point away because I don't know what happened to the world's fairs. I don't know what happened to certain things, certain whatevers, but I feel like it's more trickery. Everybody started coming in here, and they did have some wars, but we was beating the hell out of them in many cases. That's why there's so many treaties. Um, and they got us sometimes, I guess, back and forth with wars. They probably did wipe out some tribes, as they go went about smaller tribes that were a little defenseless, they're gonna prey up on the weak. But for the most part, a lot of it was them coming in and tricking us, coming in, establishing the church, living amongst us, bringing somebody over that looks like us, having them have kids, and then grow up with our kids, and then purchasing that kid and using him to propagate gospels, and then start instituting laws that you got to be here on Sunday, and all these other things, you know what I'm saying, marriage laws and all these other strict things. And now what you start having is more individuals getting having issues than a group. Because if they get you as a full army and come at you with the force, like if they did that right now, they're gonna have a problem. But if they get individuals, people won't really ride, because you feel like they probably did it to themselves, the way they've conditioned us. Oh man, why don't you just quit smoking that green? You know it's against the law. Man, yeah, you get yourself caught up out there. That's on you. That's on you. And you like, shouldn't I have the freedom to do this though? It grow out the ground. I was doing it before. Shouldn't I be able to do this? They done put some laws out there. I don't know. You want to be a criminal? Do you want to be enslaved? Do you want to be do you want to be enslaved, nigga? You might want to not do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then the whole trickery of slavery and the slave stories taught to our children, to erase like, it's really just been a shit ton of trickery, man. Let's get back to it's sad. More I think about it, it's sad, but it makes sense because we strong. It makes us look more strong than what we are, though. I mean, than what they said we were, though. Like, it's like, you niggas couldn't beat us. You had to really trick the hell out of us. You got our kid, and you had to do it to kids, because they think generationally. You got to think about it. Think about the 60, 50, 60-year-old person that's putting them kids through school. One, they're getting paid, so they don't give a fuck, but they following through with the plan, knowing they're not going to be around to see the changes that's going to happen. But that's what these niggas do. I've seen it in so many cases, even in my own family tree. So let's keep going. They said the Chinese man in language of Bengal, of Malaya, six Aborigines of different and American Aborigines of different tribes. It says, let me get my little whatever. That's wild. It says, and three sons of our own country. So they also have three sons of their own country in that class. I wonder what they mean by that. Now, that could be from the 13 colonies. They could be, and then it makes you wonder what country, or what are they born? Are they some British born Negro? Are they? It looks like they, I don't know. I don't know. But now this makes sense though, because I don't know if I snapped a photo of it, but I saw photographs. I may have snapped a screenshot. I don't want to lose my spot. But I seen photographs when I was looking through some old Indian school news yearbooks. There was some that I saw that they had a mixture of, you had a little black kid, but I think that was more modern times though. It might have been more modern times. I want to say I maybe seen one or two black and white that might have had a couple niggas in the class with some of these folks. But anyway, let's keep going. Of different tribes and three sons of the whole number, eight are church members. Let's point that out. Very important. So these are church members going to the school via church wardens, right? Of whom tour are from the Sandwich Islands. So there's eight people, of whom, my bad, of whom four, I'm sorry, are from the Sandwich Islands. So four of them are in the school, are in the church. They're going to the church with you in some cases, in these cases, and they're going to school with you. And several others show marks of different degrees of religious seriousness. The Reverend Mr. Daggett, the principal. So who was the principals of the school? I just realized I must have skipped over that earlier. Who were the principals over the schools? The reverends. And who were the church wardens? That would be your people like above. So your church wardens would be the people who hire like a superintendent. The superintendent, so that's your church wardens are like the board of directors. The board of directors hires a superintendent. The superintendent hires reverends back then and appoints them as principals. The principals then gets teachers or church members to teach, and then that goes to your kids. So now I know where the hierarchy of where the church wardens sit by this right here, because I was trying to figure that out. The church wardens are pretty much like your politics, your politicians, school board. Okay, basically today, your school board members would be your church wardens, 12 vestrymen possibly. And then they would hire a superintendent and therefore go from there. But it says the Reverend Mr. Daggett, the principal in the official communication just received, says the scholars appear to maintain a great deal of harmony in their intercourse with each other and have been very punctual and attentive in all seasons of devotion and religious instructions, and their general deportment as well as their application to study has been very satisfactory. Well, thank you, Mr. Reverend. Amid the gracious smiles of heaven, amid the gracious smiles of heaven with which the seminary has been favored, and which claims the most grateful acknowledgement it has experienced in the course of the year, a deeply affecting frown which calls for most profound submission. On the 17th of February, Henry Obukia, the eldest and most extensively known of the members from the Sandwich Islands. Look at that name, Ubukia from the Sandwich Islands. I'm gonna have to pull this up a little bit more because I only got this part. Was taken from the midst of his companions, from the affections and hopes of his patrons and friends, and from the terrestrial scene. Let me read that again. So, February, Mr. Hoover, the eldest and most extensively known of the members of the Sandwich Isles, was taken from the midst of his companions, from the affections and hopes of his patrons and friends, and from all terrestrial scenes. The way they be explaining it, the way they use these words, boy, you really have to break it down. His sickness was a fever which he bore with exemplary patience, with cheerful resignation, and with an elevated and animating hope of a better life. Let me go find the rest of this. Damn it. Oh, hell. Oh, hell. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Let me save this whole paper. Hold on. Okay. All right, so let's keep continue to read because I haven't read the rest of this. Like once I saw that part at the top, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, nigga, going live stream. I'm live streaming, nigga. I found what I was supposed to tell y'all today, which was I found the point in time where they started the mission schools that first started combining us, some of us, with some of these bitch ass motherfucking weird looking folks from other places that are faking like they us and on here every day acting like they us. No, you're not. Okay. Let's see. Amid the gracious smiles of Herbert or whatever, in the seminary favorite, the claims the most. Oh, wait a minute. I already said that. Hold up. Henry Ubukia, the elders of the most. Let me do it like that so I can see it better. Of the most extensively known member of the Sandwich Isles was taken from the midst of his companions from the affectionate hope. Let's go down further because I already did that. He died as a Christian. He would wish to die unalive. His divine master knew well whether to send him back to Hawaii. Look at that, look at that. Look at that. I wouldn't have known what that was if I didn't look up the motherfucking Sandwich Island map and said and caught that at the end. Whether to send him back to Hawaii, Sandwich Isles, to publish publish salvation. Okay, that S is gone from there. To publish salvation to his perishing countrymen, or to call him to higher scenes in another world. And equally well does he know how to make his unaliving redound to the good of his surviving schoolfellows and friends, and to the to the furtherance of the great cause to which was so ardently devoted. Okay. So and I'm gonna read to see what y'all been saying, but that's pretty wild. So basically, they don't put these kids in school together with some American Aborigines, our folks, and at the one point, they're just talking about this one dude, Mr. Obukia, and maybe sending his ass back to Hawaii, but he's from the Sandwich Islands, which is the same thing. And that's so funny that, and so why would they spell Hawaii? Like, I guess you just take off the OW, Hawaii or whatever, but and then spell it all. Why would you spell it with two I's? Why wouldn't you keep the EE? Even if you drop the OW, Hawaii, I would spell, if I was personally gonna spell it, Haywy, or yeah, Y E. I would probably do it something like that, like, which is kind of what it is. Hawaii. It's almost like that. Like and now they spell it Hawai. When the last when the last time two eyes make sense together anyway? That's the only place I've really ever seen two eyes. That's how you, and then they pronounce it as an E. Well, that means E. Okay. I don't know. Maybe there's some other word I can't think of right now that's got two eyes with an E pronunciation, but that's weird. But yeah, anyways, okay. To put okay, but let's see. New missionaries. The abundant grace. This is talking about missionaries. Now, this was also talking about other stuff in schools. Let's see what this says. Choctaws. I haven't read this. Let's just get curious. Mr. Reverend Cornelius, whose zealous and able service as an agent, I'm so glad I read that, of the board continues. He's an agent of the board, which makes sense. Um, your government agents were typically people who worked with the government, and the Reverend worked with the church wardens, which would be the government. He would be an agent of the government. Continue to entitle him to very grateful notice, agreeably to his instructions visited. And the Reverend, he would get certain kind of things. Now it makes sense too, because like if he was to tell on you on one of those laws, like let's say you didn't show up to church and you had to forfeit half your stuff went to the Reverend. Like there were certain things that they did to incentivize him to harshly bring down these religious practices. But okay, let's keep going. It says, agreeably to his instruction, visited in the course of the last autumn not only the Cherokees but also the Chickasaws, Choctaws, and he saw a large council of Creeks within the Cherokee limits. So here you have a reverend who's a government agent coming in to our territory. Everywhere he was kindly received and found dispositions highly favorable to the object of the mission. And what's the mission? To Christianize the Indians and remove who they are in their brain. The Creeks wished for time to consider, but the Chickasaws and Choctaws showed not only a readiness, but an ardent desire to have establishments such as at Brenard, that's a school, missionary school, commenced among them. So think about this. Reverend Mr. Cornelius is one of those country born Negroes from Europe, likely, whom they've paid, trained him up in the ways of the Christian faith, and employed him under trustees, the church wardens, as a schoolmaster to try to get the Indians to convert over to Christianity willingly. And because he's coming to these folks, as you say, he was met with the finest of whatever, whatever. That's because we're an accepting people, but we probably also thought he was our folks. What's happening, man? You back? Yeah, what's happening, man? You been gone for a minute? Yeah. Oh, and let me tell you about this new Christian thing I found out about. What you talk about? Christian? Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like Yahweh, you know what I'm saying? But let me go into it because you probably don't know that Jesus died on the cross. Who's Jesus? Anyway, let's keep going. Cherokee limits. Everywhere he was kindly received. Okay, well, all right there. It says on the mission. The Creeks wished for time to consider, but the Chickasaws and Choctaws showed not only already read that, but already whatever to the mission or for the Bernard commenced the money. Okay. The United States government also has engaged to afford the same patronage and aid to establishments for the benefit of these nations as for the Cherokee. And who's these nations? The Indian nations. Being satisfied that there was an open door, your committee resolved on commencing. Hold on, y'all. Somebody said, "Who's Jesus?" Your committee, hold on, let's see the your committee resolved on commencing an establishment in the Choctaw Nation without loss of time. This is the largest nation of the four. Choctaw it is. It makes sense. It's the largest nation of the four, consisting of about 20,000 souls. Now think about that. 20,000. When is this? When is this? 1819. 20,000 they counted in whatever area. But would have been more than that. But Kingsbury. Oh, we're gonna have to say something about that. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, now let's look at this. 20,000. That's like early 1800s or so. This is 1890. Years later, I just want to compare numbers. Choctaw 43,000, only 11,000 of them so-called Indians, 4,000 so-called Negroes, and 28,000 white claimants. No Chinese claimants on those in particular. At least that's what they're saying. But now we know. Now we know in 1890 what this Indian category is. It's the amount of people they done brought in to try to replace the few Negroes they had that went over there in Oklahoma, because this was the number in Oklahoma only. Everybody else would have been reclassified. So this is the Oklahomans that went over. They took over almost 20,000 of us, and that's a number that I've heard many times. I've seen it on different things. They took over close to 20,000 of us, And the rest of these are your Siberians, yeah, whatever, Sandwich Island, Hawaiians, folks, and whites. That's just absurd. We already know that's just absurd. So now we know only this many came, at least according to them, to up here, and that's about what was built in these black-owned towns. Now we didn't have notice that we didn't have much here. We didn't have tons of people here. According to them, we might have had more, and they didn't count us. But according to them, that we didn't have a lot of people here, and that's 1890. But we still built all them black-owned towns. Especially by 1890. They say some didn't pop up till 19, but many of them about 1865 and up is when they say they got established. I think they got established before that. But I just wanted to compare those numbers because they said Choctaws by this time had 20,000 early. That's why I'm like, that's how you can kind of prove reclassification. But we also know Choctaws got to just stay in their land, um, per the Dancer Rabbit Treaty, Article 14. So, um, you know, it's not like that's not like I'm a big reveal or a big revelation in a sense, but still, being satisfied that there was an open door, your committee resolved on commencing an establishment in the Chickasaw in the Choctaw Nation without loss of time. I already read that. This is the largest nation commencing, consisting of about 20,000 souls. They have a fine country as processed of considerable wealth, as or is possessed of considerable wealth, huh? And have and have strong tendencies towards a civilized state. The government agent Colonel McKee, uh, I've read his letters. I got letters from McKee. Yep. Takes a lively interest in their welfare, uh, and is disposed to exert his great influence in favor of our design. Of what's their design? Of Christianizing and all that shit. But yeah, I literally have, let me just show you. So if y'all want to know how deep I am in the game, boy, your boy deep in the game on this shit. Honorable McKee, Messrs. McKee. I told Mr. McKee, and these are now that's with the Winnebagos. I've seen some other McKees though. This one is also with the Winnebagos. I've seen some more McKees, but whatever. Let's keep going since I can't find it. Whoops. And it might have been something that I didn't save. I just remember seeing it. Okay. Damn it. The Reverend Kingsbury, and the reason why I looked at that for a second, I was just like, let me see what y'all been saying real quick. I was, but I worked with a guy that his name was Kaiser Kingsbury, and Kingsbury is just not a name that you just have, right? Let me see. Go to TikTok over here first. Go up a few scrolls. Can't go all the way up. Keep the bloodline pure. Conversions, Reverend priests. They were the first teachers. The the first Hawaiian Christian convert, right? The we oh the we. I know the only other thing with the eye, two eyes, and it comes from an Asian. Imagine that. The Nintendo does. Two eyes is if there's a gluteal sound. Hawaii. Mm. Okay, I see what you're saying. Um, it's still I because the I makes me want to say Hawaii. I feel like it should say Hawaii with an E, a I-E if they want to do that. But maybe I'm just, I guess that then maybe that was the point of what they trying to figure it out. A complete submission and brainwashing. Who's Jesus? Oh yeah. The 1890 census would probably break open a lot of shit. The 1890 census. I'm curious about that. Why you say that? Bodacious Borland. Uh, Definitely curious where your mind is on that one. Nothing negative. I'm just curious. Um, okay, so let's read. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at the over here on the what you call it on the YouTube side of the game. Said DeSoto and Columbus and others came here, left, dropped off people. Most of them were criminals, medical asylum, missionaries, and exiles in Louisiana, Romani, Asia, Hindustan, Philippine church overseas, Hawaii. Oh, I see how he did kind of what you did. Pronounce Hawaii. We used to speak pidgin language. When I lived there in the 80s, the city bus used to have written on the front, the bus for real. That's wild. That's wild, MBs. Is pronounced Hawaii. Used to be, oh, okay, you put it in there. Okay, I see it. Hey, they have Owyhee River in Oregon. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. They could have been that's a and Oregon is right there on the coast. So I'm not surprised. That makes sense. And I wonder if it started here and we went there, right? It's these names and these continuance of names is especially not only the continuance of the name, then the changing of the name. So you got Hawaii spelled like that in Oregon. I want to look that up. That's pretty dope. O W Y G. Yeah, I had to look at that right there. Oh, why? There's a Owyhee Canyon. There's a whole Owyhee Canyon, and that's probably off the Owyhee River, huh? That's probably the river right there, if I'm not mistaken. Well, probably have to type it in. Boy, that motherfucker on a rocky ass something. Man, what's the? Yeah, like imagine getting to that part of the land and be like, yeah, I don't want to live out here. It's a little hard to grow things out here. We could probably make it work, and some people probably did. Look at that. Look at that. Now that looks old and castle like. Excuse me. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, you know what? I could do this. I didn't think I could make it more interactive so people can see. Hey, the right, so people can see what I'm dealing with right there, doing right there. So that looks, y'all can see that. That's what I'm responding to. Yeah, the Owyhee. Okay, my bloodline. Let me see. I could do this. My bloodline is Choctaw on my mom's side and Blackfoot on my dad's line. Said 28. Old boy says, Owyhee River, the region name traces back to the early 1800s in honor of the Hawaiian fur trappers who mysteriously vanished in these wilds. The Owyhee River, the region's name, traces back to the early 1800s in honor of the three Hawaiian fur trappers that mysteriously vanished in these wilds. Hmm. I wonder if that's they had to make up some reason why a Hawaiian was over here to give it that name. I think it had we probably was like some old Hawaii Indians tribe right there, and them niggas done went over there to the islands and populated them, and then Asians came over there at some point and started mixing and they done changed it all up after the English got there. That's what I'm starting to think. It says the church, schools, marriages, and medicine took us down. You have to be 100% narcissistic. Uh, whoops, narcissistic, extremely patient, and evil time on their side, and we are extremely nice and friendly blending. Yeah, and they know that. They know that when they get around us, we treat everybody like family. We'll let you into the barbecue. What? When have you ever heard the white folks have some kind of term for letting us into the I don't know what they do. What would they let us into? I was about to say the rodeo, but we do our own rodeos and shit. I was gonna say line dancing, but we do step line dancing way better. So letting us into that, that's pointless. Um, what do white people do? What let us into potluck? Shindig, the casserole party, the parsnips viewing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they gonna let us in the bedroom. That's what they want. That's what they want you in. That's what they really want you in. That's wow. Yeah. Oh man. And this is my question is how is it that we are African when okay, no problem, comma. He told me he was at the game last night, comma, and I was pretty mad that he still didn't pay, comma, but I knew that was going to happen, period. Um okay, my bad. A European child without a European spouse. I have never heard of a Black American birthing a European child on our own. Yeah, I ain't heard of that either. Even the ones, even like the ones, I don't know. I don't even know. Like I don't even hear about albinos a lot like that we've created that I know of. We do have people with the vitiligo, which is an a form of albinism in a sense. I'd say, but you lose that through time, and that's a different thing. You lose it through time or whatever. You lose your melanin. Some people are born with the blotchy melanin spots, but yeah, I've never really. And even those, I don't know if we get that or those African mixed people. I don't know. It is wild. Let me get this off of here. Let me get back to a little bit of the game here. So okay, Owahi. Let me go back. Right. Exactly. Oh damn. Sorry, y'all. Hold up. Damn, comma. Maybe he will after he makes the payment. Period. He might ask for your information for that period. But yeah, we got to get on him this morning. Uh, the Reverend Kaiser Kings, so Kaiser Kingsbury acquaintance with the native character, his high standing in the esteem and confidence of both red men and white, and the experience which he had in commencing and advancing the establishment of Bernard, which is a mission school, combined to render it in the view of the committee highly important uh, that the superintendents of the Choctaw missions should be committed to him. He should be the superintendent. He compensated to the proposal with the okay. I'm gonna send you the other payment until we get the rest from him. Combined to render the view of the committee high important that the superintendents of the Choctaw mission should be committed to him. He consented to the proposal with the wanted alas alacrity. Alacrity. I'm gonna have to look that up. And in the pursuance of arrangements made for the purpose, he and Mr. Williams and his wife left Bernard after. I mean, about the 1st of June and arrived at the Yalo Busha in the Choctaw Nation in about 4 weeks. The mutt, they call his ass a mutt. Is that what that says? The mutt I have attached. So maybe that's a different thing. The mutt. No. Oh, okay. It's not mutt. I see. It's kind of whited out. The something mutual attachment. I think subsisting between these beloved persons and the rest of the mission family, including the Cherokee youth and children, were of the strongest, most endearing, and most sacred kind, and the scenes of parting were marked with a tenderness and a fervor of Christian feeling, not easy to be described nor soon to be forgotten. About the middle of June, Mr. Whatever, Mr. Peter, what were it? Mr. Peter Knaus and Mr. John G. Knaus, who was a Knaus, and his wife from Rockaway, New Jersey, and Mr. Moses Jewell, and his wife from Shenango County, New York, embarked at New York, having been designated, I don't know, as assistants in the Choctaw Mission. They arrived at New Orleans on the 24th of July, where they received from several persons distinguished marks of kindness and Christian attention, and on the 28th on the steamboat for the Natchez. So they're going all over the place, all over our Indians. Of the latter late, no intelligence has been received from them, but the hope is entertained that the kind providence of God they have been carried sh- safely to the place of their destination, where they would be welcomed by Messrs. Kingsbury and Williams, with great joy and thanksgiving, and engage it is believed, with most cheerful self-development in the concerns of the establishment. The seat of the mission is about 400 miles, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna end up likely going through, but like, to be honest, I'm gonna go back to some things that I already kind of have saved for us, so I ain't putting you through the whole just reading kind of thing. But I got like this morning, I got like several of these Christian messengers up. I realized a lot of these Christian messengers have a lot of stuff from these schools in them. As you see, school here, school there, another foreign mission school thing. Let's read this real quick. Hell, fuck it. The institution of the school continued under the superintendent of Edwin D. Dwight. All of the whatever on the second of that month at the annual meeting of the agents, the Reverend something Daggett was inducted into office as the principal of the school. The committee have the pleasure of stating that Mr. Dwight, while discharging the duties of principal, had the progress of the pupils near his heart, both with respect to their advancement in the science and their proficiency in religious knowledge and piety. It appeared on the public examination that the scholars had made satisfactory involvement in the several branches of learning, whatever. At the commencement of the report, they got the dude's name, Henry Obukia again. Hold up. And now we know where he comes from. At the commencement of this report, the committee cannot refrain from noticing the death of Henry Obukia, which took place on the 7th of February. Our loss in the removal was, we trust, his unspeakable gain. We adorned the Christian character, and his influence in the school was salutary and commanding. An account of his last sickness and unaliving, together with some memoirs of his life, will soon appear. So, as you can see, not only you're good, boss. You're good, boss, comma. I'll be here until 3. Um, you got this guy, they're not even saying anything about where he's from. They're just talking about how good of a Christian he is. This is Christian school, but we know Ubukia is from either the Sandwich Isles or the Society Isles, one of those two. And he is not from America. Donation. Oh, another thing I was gonna say is they talked about Daggett, uh, becoming the principal, Reverend Daggett. I think we was just reading one. Yeah, Reverend Daggett right there. The Reverend Daggett, who is principal at that moment. The principal. So notice what I got here. Like I literally, and I didn't even know I had that, but like I have a chronological order of events going on here. You know what I'm saying? The White's just now get or Dak is just now becoming principal, and here he is as a principal. And who's he a principal over? Several kids who ain't got shit to do with being goddamn Indians. Okay, and but they're up in goddamn school with you and up in this church with you and everything else. Uh so think about this then too. So when these people say, oh, I'm gonna read that right there. When these people say, I might as well read the top part since it said that because it's talking about the Sandwich Islands shit right there. I might as well read this so we get the context. Um, when these white tea folks were saying they got an Indian wife, these are the kind of folks they were marrying. Now, some of them got with our folks, maybe I don't know, but in many cases, it's going to be these folks, these Ubukias. Samuel Ruggles and James Ely still continue members of the school. They are both young men of promise. Hold on, let me go over here. I need to keep that open. They are both young men of promise. Their deportment and example are such as become the high profession they have made. These, though the progressing study is honorable to them, and they continue to hold themselves devoted to the missionary cause. The former has been employed during a part of the time in visiting sundry towns, both in this and that neighborhood states to can't see that. I don't know what the hell that is. I think that states to some salient donations to solicit donations for the school. So they said they done trained this nigga up and got him out there going house to house asking for money for the school. Like it's really that man, it was really that easy. It's simple for them to go around and just do this, man. Sending a kid to go get money for the shit. In which has been greatly successful. He obtained many used articles, both of clothing and bedding, besides books and money. The conduct of these two young men has been such as the increase of high anticipation of their future usefulness. Uh, the committee next mentioned a youth of our own country, who, as it is thought inexpedient that he should continue at the school, need not here be brought before the public. The 17 youths who were born pagans are 6 Sandwich Islanders, 2 natives of India, a Chinese, and 2, which is we already knew. I'm gonna just screenshot this because this is just twice. The India is just the Malay and the motherfucking and the other one that we saw. There was Malay and Bengali, right? So they're really saying the same things because again, this is a chronological order. These are the 17 youths that's going in, and then under Mr. Dagger, and then that next one that we read was Mr. Dagger as principal over these kids. Um and 6 Aborigines of their own country. 4 natives of the Sandwich Islands are now professors of religion. You had people from the Sandwich Islands going around trying to get. Why did niggas fall for that? Why do we fall for some Sandwich Island ass nigga, man? Uh, Let me see. Six, Professor Thomas Hopple. Now Hopple. So some of these people kept their names. Okay, it looks like. Now I wonder when they changed. I wonder when they named when they went from Hapu and Buki Obukia to what they to English names today. You know what I'm saying? This is 1819. They didn't really start doing that English name shit on them massively until like the ones that I got show late 1800s. So up until this time, these niggas still had their goddamn names. Ubukia. But why would you change the names? Because then you'd figure out where the fuck they came from. Ubukia and Hupu. I wouldn't have figured that out off top. But I bet watch this. I don't want to go that far. I don't want to lose this. Right here, right here. What was that? Hapu. Let's see if it tracks it. It just says Hapu. No results for Hapu because y'all done erased these niggas' names. And the Ubukia, that might have been his first name, to be honest. It was because y'all don't erase these niggas' names. Go back to being a Hoopu. Let me see Hoopoon, see what that goes to. That's Africa. That wouldn't be it. I was I ain't surprised, but still. Was mentioned in Mr. Thomas Hooper was mentioned in the last report as having been admitted to the church. He continues to give good evidence of piety and burns with the ardent desire to carry the glad tidings of salvation to his perishing brethren of Hawaii. So we still know that we're talking about the same people. His countryman William Tenno or whatever, John Hanuri, so they still had their names, and George Sandwich, like the Sandwich Islands, having for a considerable time given satisfactory evidence of faith in Christ, made a public profession of that faith. The first Sabbath of the September were baptized and admitted to the church of the in Cornwall. To know or whatever, to knee, whatever, is preserving in his studies, writes a good hand and displays a happy talent in composition. Like when we say they were really willingly playing the part, they were willing to like it's different with us. If they got us into this system, we almost had to play a part. These niggas know they came from another place. You knew, I mean, maybe not as a child, but your parents knew you was not from here. So for them to have you up in these motherfucking schools and you over here following the plan and they saying, oh, look, he's one of the best Christians and he can't wait to go out there and preach the word. You was a whole lackey. You was a whole damn lackey. That's wild. Okay. My thing over here tripping. Um, it says today's preserving in his studies, writes a good hand and plays a happy some talent in composition. Honorary, whatever his name is, retains his native language. Oh, he retained his native language, huh? In a high degree, huh? But does not speak English with ease and clearness. Now, his native language though wouldn't be from here. He has a turn for the mechanical arts, possesses considerable vigor of intellect, is discreet and stable, and sets an example worthy of imitation. Sandwich is industrious, makes good improvement, and adore the Christian character. Like this is just literally somebody really spitting off their opinions in the newspaper about this. George Tamery has sessions of religion, impressions, is of an ardent temperament, makes good proficiency in the studies, and improves in his general deportment. The mentioning of the re something Hawaiians, the remat. I want to know what that is. The remaining, okay, okay. The remaining, I thought it was something else. The remaining Hawaiians, they spelling it like that for real. The remaining Hawaiians, William Kumuula is a pleasant, agreeable youth, learns English well, and is now hopefully pious. Now, we didn't get Hawaii as a state until, I don't know, let me look. When did Hawaii become a state? So goddamn 1959 is when Hawaii became a damn state. Um but we've been bringing people here and teaching them since 1819. Just keep that in mind. And before they was here before with the Spaniards. But okay. John Windall's progress in learning has been slow. His powers of mind are small, and he has been deemed inexpedient. Continue him longer in the school. The committee have placed him under the care of a farmer who will give him religious instruction and allow him a compensation of his labor. So I ain't even gonna lie. I'm gonna get off of this. We're gonna go to the receipts that I have saved. But look at how many of these Christian messengers I already got up to read. Another one there. This is the Franklin Herald. I think that's another one. Yep, Christian Messenger. It's just not the first page. Christian Messenger. Christian Messenger. Christian Messenger. The American Aborigines. The Christian Messenger in 1800s talking about the American Aborigines. That should already make you ask questions. You know what I'm saying? But let's go to what I got. I can't remember off top. Each one I read will remind me why the hell I saved it. Let's see. The benevolent public are respectfully informed that tomorrow evening, Sunday, a charity sermon will be preached in the Baptist church in this city, and a collection made in the aid of mission and school, which are supported amongst the Catawba Indians. Select pieces of sacred music will be sung on the occasion. Worship to begin a quarter before 7 o'clock. It will be recollected that the Catawba Indians are not connected with the hostile tribes, but have but live surrounded by the citizens of the state of North Carolina. Let's break this down. What's going on here? Let's break this down. You have a Baptist church. How many of us are Baptist? Right? You have a Baptist church. They're preaching about a sermon of charity because they need money for the mission. What's the mission? To turn Indians into Christians and to make them lose their entire culture, basically. Okay. And you got to think about this, y'all. We were done horribly by being put through these schools because that really is what fucked us up. That's what made us forget. I told y'all them people who are today the fake natives, the one who are Hawaii, New Hawaiians and Filipinos and Malaysians and whatever, all them. We've said, I've said that they know that they are lying about these boarding schools. And the fact that they get up here and cry about it on camera and stuff like that, that shows you how much they playing into this. Some of them may not know. Some of them could still be going off the info, but at some point, man, I think I know these niggas gotta know. I know they gotta know, dude. Cause there's only, man, come on now. Okay, let me keep going. It says, which are supported amongst the Catawbas Indians. All right. So the Catawba Indians are according to them, are cool to this. And notice this part. They say, hey, the Catawba Indians, they're not that hostile, meaning, hey, they're not too mean like some of the other ones. But they live surrounded by the citizens of North Carolina. What does that mean? To me, that means, hey, we got a bunch of Indians that live close to us. They're not that strong. I mean, or I don't want to say they're not that strong. They're not that mean. We could be strong and still not be mean. Uh, Meaning like, and they're surrounded by us. We've got a bunch of settlers in, and now we've kind of gotten them got them surrounded. Well, that makes it easy for them to pay that person to go door to door to start evangelizing and seeing if they can get some of those folks to become part of their motherfucking mission. Okay. That's what I mean. That's basically what I'm getting out of that. Why else would you say that? Hey man, the Catawbas ain't that mean, and they surrounded by us. When I said they say almost any, they say all kind of shit in newspapers back then. They were saying whatever, like pretty damn wild. You say Catawba, I speak, I read, Abe read Chinese, Abe make gunpowder. What? What's up, Lola? Read property, Ape. What is this dude saying? What do you work? I went to work 12-hour shifts and you still talking bullshit. You want to come up? You sound like you want to have a conversation. You sound like you want to have a conversation. You want to have a conversation? You say what? What you say? What did you say? What can I help you, sir? You're you're slurring this early in the morning. Why did you drink this early in the morning? I know you don't, sir. Your people come from Hawaii. Look at that. Let me show you, sir. I'm gonna show you. I know you don't speak the language. Let me show you which. Look at this. Look at this. You see this Bengal? How come there's Chinese people? How come there's Chinese people in the Indian school and from Bengal people in the Indian school? How come there's Malaysians in the Indian school? Are you Hawaiian? Are you Hawaiian? Are you Hawaiian? You didn't know you came from Hawaii, did you? You didn't know you came from Hawaii, did you? Now I know why you don't speak the English language, sir. Now I know why you don't speak the language. Yeah. You came, oh, Mandarin? You came from the Sandwich Islands? Is that where you came from? Is that where you came from? Hey, sir, we know where y'all came from now. Yeah, we know where you came from. You can call me a nigga all you want, but guess what? I know where you're from now. I have proof. I know where you're from now, sir. You're an immigrant. You're an immigrant, sir. Did you know that? Can you read? I'm sorry. I know it's hard for you to read. I know it's hard for you to read. You know what I'm saying? That education, that education ain't doing too good for y'all out there. That education ain't doing too good on the res. I understand. Y'all live on public assistance. I understand. Yes, sir. Do you think you're making your point? Do you think you're making your point? Because I'm about to drop you. You're not doing anything. I'm about to drop you. Why is that? That's you, nigga. That's you, nigga. That's you. That's your language. That's your language. You speak Coors Light language. And as you're gone. You speak Coors Light language, nigga. You speak a Coors Light language. Okay. Let me see who this person is real quick. And then we're gonna get back into the game. You here for a detractor, or you just was what's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, man. Well, yeah, man. We're gonna get back into it, but I appreciate that. Yeah, no, it is. You're right. You're right. It is. I'm gonna let this fool. I'm gonna give this fool one more chance. All right, I'm gonna holler back at you. Appreciate you. Sir, you're a victim of the Spaniards who brought you here. The Spaniards brought you here, sir. You want me to show you the map where the Spaniards brought you here? You want me to show you the map? Why do you sound like a? Why is your voice so high pitched? Why do you sound so high pitched, dude? Do you not have voice? Do you not have bass in your voice? Do you not have bass in your voice? Has any woman ever got off to you? Like when you talk, when you sweet talk a woman, does she really get off to that? Hey, baby, I really would like to come over today and have some fun with you, baby. Would you like to have fun with me, baby? I have a 2 incher. It's about 2.5. Sometimes I would love to give you this 2.5, baby. Yeah. I have to jack it off with my finger. I jack off like this. Nigga jacks off with his finger like this, y'all. He jacks off with his fingers like this. He gets off really fast too. Nobody touches it other than him, so he gets off pretty easily. Yeah. It's gotta suck to never like when you. It's gotta suck that when you go to have sex with a woman, she asks you, "Have you put it in there yet? Have you put it in there yet? Have you put the dick in there yet?" I don't think you put it in there because it feels like you're poking me. Feels like I'm being poked from the outside by a pinky, but not a long pinky, by like the pinky. It feels like I'm being poked by the pinky of a mat. What do you call it? A short person. I didn't want to say that other word. By what do you what's the, yeah, that's not the word I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? You drinking? You drinking at 7:53? Is that bad out there? You drink it at 7:53 in the morning and outside at night? Because I'm responsible for two businesses that I run and a live stream that I'm doing. See, I actually do stuff in life. We do stuff in life. You sit around drinking 40s. You sit around drinking 40s at 7 a.m., nigga. You sitting around at 7 a.m. drinking a fucking tall boy? The whole reservation does that? The whole reservation does that? Do y'all see this dude looking like a goddamn Italian Irish motherfucker? All right, man, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. I was just playing when I said this nigga was drinking. I was just playing. Wild. And these people, he looked like a goddamn little beady eyes with the little white face skin and the facial structure. I'm about to block his ass real quick. Last thing I need, yeah, I just blocked him. Last thing I need is what the hell was that? Sometimes I just gotta ask, what is that? Not like who is that? What is that? These things ain't real, nigga. These things is demons. When I say demons, I believe they demons. And that's why I've been waiting on Receipt Goddess so we can figure this story out. Look, I'm gonna tell you what I believe, what I'm starting to think. I could be wrong. This is what I believe. Now we got the Eastern and Western hemisphere, right? We on the East, I mean on the West, they on the East, or whatever, right? But then you got this ice wall. But the ice wall is in the North Pole and the ice wall in the South Pole. I think they're on both poles. But then I started thinking, why would there be a wall on both poles? But then I started to think about it differently. How can I do this? Let me see. I don't think I could zoom that far out. Hold up. No. I'm trying to think of how I can just draw on something. Let me just do this. That'll work. Or I already got a black. So think about this. This is gonna seem wild. But thanks to my weird demon friend that just came here. All right, we got an Earth, right? Now, they want you to believe that it's an East and Western hemisphere. We're turned a certain way. But what if, I didn't mean to do it on camera. What if America was up here and Eurasia, Africa was down here? What if the ice wall was around here? The sun is, but let's just think about it. I know we got the whole equator thing. They can kind of change it up a bit, but the sun could be traveling this way. We think it travels the other way around, but it could be traveling that way over. The equator could still be hitting both sides. I've just kind of turned the globe. If this is the ice wall, what if this was the ice wall? There isn't we're really the North Pole, they're really the South Pole. And then someone made an ice wall, just like the Great Wall of China. I know it sounds crazy, right? To keep something out, to keep these folks from coming up to here, right? What if this was heaven, Hevaen? What if this was heaven and this was hell? And what if, as Receipt Goddess was saying, instead of somehow coming through, They went through the Bering Strait, which is a tunnel. They tunneled their way through the antipodes, who are the hellish beings, tunneled their way through to the other side to avoid the ice wall. What if? I don't know. I'm just making up something. You know what I'm saying? A little idea. Because it sure does feel like heaven over here. And over there, damn sure look like hell. And all the motherfuckers that come from over there, they got a weird voice. They ain't never got no angelic voice. Hi, how you doing today, my turn? It sounds like a demon trying to sound like an angel. like a motherfucking demon just got inside of a new demon just got inside the body of a real human, and they trying to figure that shit out. I'm trying today to my brothers and my sisters. Oh yeah, you can't figure this out. It's hard for you, ain't it? You're trying to dance, it ain't working. You can't get on beat. Everything ain't working for the demons from hell. Okay. I'm just saying, start thinking about the globe a little bit differently, okay? And that ice wall. Why would there be a wall? And then the wall would have to be a circular wall on each side if it was like that for the ice wall, which still makes no sense. What is there a circular wall doing there? But a wall to keep a nigga out. Maybe Poseidon, the goddamn the Sub-Zero, the goddamn wall in this motherfucker. I don't know. And nigga Sub-Zero the wall in the ocean, nigga. Kept them niggas at bay, nigga, for a while. I don't know who the hell did it. I don't know where the ice wall came from. I don't know what's going on. I'm just saying, these niggas sound like demons. They come up here and they get through our shit and they try to act like us. They trying to take our spots. At this point, it ain't even the fact that they trying to it ain't even the fact that they know that they trying to take our place at this point. They done heard so much logic from us and they'll still keep sitting there lying. That's not what it is, there, God. And then you over there eating each other and messing with each other's family members and kids and everything. I mean, that's so much stuff we can contribute that's hellish that I really ain't got to go into it. Now, man, now think about it. Just because there's an ice wall don't mean you can't fly over the ice wall. You know, and what I'm saying is maybe that motherfucking ice wall kept niggas out until the motherfucker started flying. All right, we're gonna get off of that. That's something that I want to cook. I really want to cook with Receipt Goddess about. Like Receipt Goddess, I feel like I'm gonna lower this light so that way I can do my little, you know what I'm gonna do. Hold on. All right, bet. All right, so yeah. Peace, Shonda. So yeah, it's something to think about, y'all. We know that they said that they flipped the maps, but we thinking that they just flipped it from east to west, right? Oh, that used to be the east, that used to be, and that could be the case too. You know, this is just an idea, but the idea that excuse me, and think about this too. Think about this. We called ourselves the Angles or the Angles or Angels. Angle people. Not everybody called themselves that. That's what some people would call Angle Land, Angles, city of angels. We have an angelic voice when we sing. Uh, we have an angelic voice when we sing. It's a lot of things to think about. And think about this. How come they can't sing? How come nobody says they have an angelic voice? How come they can't sing that good unless they mix with one of us and start acting like us after that? But how come they can't sing? You know what I'm saying? These are questions we have to ponder in the 2026s, okay? In the coming of the new age. What up, GB? What he say? He said, no, they say you can't. It's part of the entire firmament, hence the term globe. And you know what? Now you making me think. So what if the earth is flat? What does this same situation look like with a flat earth? Uh maybe still us on the top, right? And them on the bottom, heaven, hell, ice wall on the edges. I don't know. I don't know. That one I have to think about. Sun going over, and they crawling their ass through. The Bering Strait story kind of makes a bit sense, or the tunneling of the Bering Strait that Recede Goddess shows kind of makes sense. And then the whole thing of the underworld and stuff of that nature. And maybe the ice walls are on the edges. That's the end of the reality, so to speak. Um, End of our physical reality. But they say there's things beyond the ice wall, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's just I don't know. I don't know because yeah, then you get to the idea of the lands beyond the ice wall and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going. That's some stuff I definitely want to cook up about. Mm. So no one has ever been to space, but the globe is a sphere, flat top, and rounded. I know, and they've been bullshitting and lying about that space shit. Damn sure been lying about that. Now I'm gonna go back over this for those who may not have seen it. The most part that we for what we found here for today, but we have documents or newspaper showing us where these Native Americans come from. Now I really can't wait to get on another Native American panel. They're gonna drop me hella fast, so I got to do this quick. Like I gotta, I gotta come in. I gotta read this really fast. And then I gotta touch on because then they're gonna say this whole thing about foreign, but I gotta show them really fast that no, don't lie to me. The foreign schools, well, we already know that the foreign schools were Indian schools based upon where's that one? God damn it. Uh where are you at? You know what? I need to go find that motherfucker to save it, to be honest. And you know what? We're gonna go actually let's talk about this. Since we're on the because we're on the topic. Where does these mission schools get their money to start Christianizing folks, but and bringing in other folks? So for those, let me just because I don't want to lose my whatever. Let me say this real quick. So for those that missed it, in that yellow and green, it says that these are the children in the foreign mission schools that they put together with some Indians who are us. They put in there six Sandwich Island folks, some two Society Islands, which are over there by the Philippines, the island of Timor, the other side of the Philippines, and that's a person who speaks Chinese language. They put a Bangladeshi person and a Malaysian person in here with six Aborigines. Okay, so this is like one of the first mission schools that I found so far that actually has shown Native Americans being here from other places well outside of the United States and mixing them in with our kids. And this is the first time of them instituting that the uh, the confusion of who's the real Indian and who's not. Because once you've grown up, because I had to think, ooh, I didn't know it was in there. I had to think when I saw some paperwork from one of my people from the Dawes Rose, and they said that they was labeling somebody else as an Indian. They were like, "Well, I'm not the real Indian. She's the real, or that person was the Indian, or whatever." I was wondering how did a black person, so-called black, right, go from just that little bit of time forgetting that they're not the real Indian? But now it makes sense. Mm. If for at least two generations, if you go to school with these folks, that in 1819, you can at least go three to four generations. If you go to school with these folks, well, two to three. If you go to school with these folks, excuse me, and then in the curriculum, they teach you as a child that these are the real Indians. And then in the next generation, they teach your children and they put your children through the similar schools with these same folks. And they teach these folks, teach your child that these are the real Indians and not you. By the time it gets to the third you were brainwashed. you're like, yeah, nah, that's what they told me in class. Those are the real Indians over there. I'm a Negro. I'm a colored person. I'm just me. Right now, none of them said that they was Africans, but this goes to show the gap between being an Indian, erasing the Indian, becoming a Negro, colored, whatever, which is anything, not saying that was African at all, and then eventually making you African, grouping you in not only with these folks, but grouping you in with the so-called Negroes from Europe as well that was here. Not a bunch of Africans like that. And that's one thing too. Think about this. We're now seeing Chinese, Bengali, Malaysians, all these other people here. We're not seeing Africans like that. And it's not like they didn't have the chance. Let's look at this. Let's look at that map again. It's not like they didn't have a chance to grab them some Africans if they really wanted to, y'all. Now this is gonna really blow that bullshit ass African. They didn't want no damn Africans. If they was even over there by that time. They should have been there, but uh Columbus, where my Columbus folder? Damn it. Where the hell is my Columbus folder? Right here. It's really on me. I be getting mad, but that's really on me. I'm the one that can't see. Let me mark this. So as I was showing this earlier, this is a map on the wall at the Naval Museum in Madrid. Now you see Spain right there. Now, in many cases, Spain was just going from here to here. I mean, not in many cases. In few cases, they went from here to here. These are those lines. There's only so many lines right there, right? No, notice how none of those lines stop at Africa. I just want y'all to notice none of those go here, here, and here. Okay? Just notice that. Now, notice the amount of ships coming from here to here. Tons of them. It's probably a shorter distance than what they probably saying, to be honest, for it to happen like that. But they're stopping at all these places. That's the Oahe or Sandwich Islands where they said that some of these kids were from. Like, I think that's gonna be your Society Islands where some of the kids were from. This is like one of these over here is like your goddamn they said it was what's the other island? Timor, Island of Timor, or whatever. That's right here. Then we got somebody from Bengal that was in the class, and we also had somebody they said that was from Bengal and Malaysia, somewhere up here too. So now it makes sense. These people, it shows that they was coming from Spain, coming down. These niggas never touched Africa. Like Africa dirty as a motherfucker. All right. And they came right this way. They avoided Africa like the plague. And it really makes you wonder if they never even touched the coast, which maybe they did and they just don't show it. I mean, it really makes you wonder how big is Africa really? Because it makes it seem like this thing is big. And why would you travel all the way around that way to go that way when that shit is just right there? Right? Like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense the way that they got the globe out. That's why I'm really, which a lot of y'all where I don't really believe in the globe. But this shows that yes, they stopped here and brought these people over to us here, 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 here. They brought these people in this newspaper clip over to us. And that was Spaniards. Now, for those who also didn't see, again, that was Spaniards. And the Spain and the Spaniards were also in the Seminoles, right? And for those who missed that, let me find my little Seminoles. When you go and look at the photos of the Seminoles, now it makes sense why I see certain people. Where the hell? Right here. Now you got your regular Seminoles in here, so-called black with their guns in their hand ready, right? All over the place, all these regular Seminoles, right? But what you also had was these Seminoles. Now him, I immediately said Spaniard, right? But now that we know that they had other people here, now you know for sure you can call him what he is, a Malaysian or a Bangladeshi or a whatever the hell. He's one of those. You can see it now. It's like, okay, okay. And and what does it look like when these two mix together? Now, obviously, that's a man and a man, but if it was a man and a woman, what would the baby look like? That's another one of those things, right? They start mixing. They start mixing purposely amongst themselves and start making weird ass babies. Who is he? What is he? Looks like somebody from the Middle East. Well, that's probably about right. Got the turban, all that shit. And then you got Mr. Wong. Looks exactly like he is a Chinaman. Okay. I had to check it when I get over here. I don't know how to check it on here, but I'll check it out. What's up, Rocky? He said I'm scrolling. Who invented me? I'm scrolling. Who invented me? I was coming down. Oh, him. Oh, somebody who invited you. Mm. So we see and we have the proof of these people, and now we have newspaper proof that these people were combined with us when the English got with them down there. So now we can tell the story. When the English came down to the Florida area and other areas and start to convert people, they started to put these people, Chinese, Bangladeshi, all these other looking folks, in with us. They started putting them in with us. And so, oh, you talking about check my inbox. I thought you meant my my what you call it. I thought you meant my excuse me, my what you call it box. Excuse me. Mm, mm. But yeah, so now we know.
Yeah, I was telling you check your inbox because you know what I was talking about yesterday. I had sent it to you, and boy, you gonna be like, man, man, listen. I sent you some shit, bro. That go with everything you talk about. I'm talking about it go directly with it. Like it's astounding.
Mm. No, I'm gonna have to
It's
definitely have to check that
astounding,
out.
my boy. When I say the Orientalism of the America is about turning these pale Asian motherfuckers into us and leaving us without an identity. Man, bro, oh my god.
Ooh,
Them folk did their thing, boy.
mm.
Oh, you finna find out how the Chinese influenced the Spanish to sail the sea, how Herodotus was calling America China a long time ago. Herodotus knew exactly where America was, bro. And knew he was forbidden to come there. Like, bro, you finna find out some shit, bro, like Christopher Columbus and all. You can be like, nigga, what? So these niggas was really, they knew America was there. They called America East China. And
Mm.
motherfuckers wonder why Columbus called it India.
Mm.
Man, listen here, bro. I got all the gems, bro.
Mm.
I'm telling you.
Nah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna slow walk that too.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Oh yeah. Well, get back to what you was doing.
Mm-hmm. No, that's for real though. I was slow. What I probably do. What time you be getting up around this time? If you be getting up around this time,
Man, man, I be up by
you said what?
yeah, I be up by 5, 6.
About 5, 6. She said you on this. Yes.
I go to sleep 2 or 3.
Should one of these
Man, I'm on some fuckery right.
one of these I want to do one just with you where we bring up because I'm gonna have to like I'm gonna have to slow it down. Like each thing, I have to visualize it. Before I know I'll be talking hella fast on here, but by that time I'll be done. I already went through these things. But like what you saying, like I gotta slow that down because I hadn't even been through none of it. But like I do know what you're talking about. You know, because of course I got like books where they talk about Christopher Columbus, why it's called the Indies, where they were going. I got him with the map of the Indies. I got a book where it shows he got his maps. He got maps from his wife, who his wife was. Her dad was a navigator that was telling Christopher Columbus about America and all this other shit. I also got like the whole Council of the Indies that was suppressing all the information and books and shit coming through America for 300 years, all kinds of shit. So no, 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 like I definitely want to get in on.
Yeah, bro, they speak on all that in there, bro. Hey,
Mm,
hey, that's crazy. But they speak on all it. They like basically, boy, America was supposed to be conquered by the Asians, but the Spanish found a way to throw them all the way off from doing it. Boy, they man, listen, them folks, these books I've been reading, bro. This Asian shit, bro. This shit here is all the chain. Like, you gonna be so interested in that shit, bro. You gonna be like,
mm.
oh, these motherfuckers got a big game. Like, but listen, bro, they made us you people, bro. They made us Muslim. Like, they made us everything we were not, bro. Like, man, when I say, bro, oh my god, like,
Which makes sense why
boy, America been had like, see, America been had enemies, and Asia was America's enemy. Europe joined the fight. So when the Asians took over Africa a long time ago, guess what? One of the other first places they took over Europe. People forget that the Huns basically became everything. Like these people went around conquering, and who
mm.
did they get conquered by? And who conquered them? And who conquered them? And these things are expansions, bro. I'm like, man, hold on.
All right, I'm not. Hold
Who made
on.
this before they did the people?
I know some of y'all requesting up, but I'm gonna be cooking and then I'm gonna let people up toward the end. But I'm gonna have TB up for a moment. But once it's like once one person come up, other people start requesting like crazy. So not crazy, but I just want to say that real quick. Otherwise, once I get too many people up here, I won't get to talk. And people come a lot of times to get the game versus the panel thing. But people like TB and Rashad and certain people who's gonna they gonna throw in this super game on these topics. I typically let them up during this time. But go ahead, what were you saying? Like I said, they didn't mean to
I'm
request.
saying though, like, you remember the explorer Marco Polo?
I remember, I know the name, but I ain't never looked up anything about him. You just know the name.
Well, boy, he was one of the ones who knew about America. He influenced Christopher Columbus, but he was influenced by the Chinese about America. You know what I'm saying? Ardachis the same way. The Asians showed him how to navigate the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. So as they explaining these things, and we notice that Asians have been saying that they discovered America first, you can really start going back in time and catching things like, hold on, but all them folks from the north still speak their Russian like Asian languages today. Like their linguistics, their tongue, in their DNA still traces back the same way. And then when you think about certain tribes from the Northwest, they literally came to America annihilating tribes, bro, and this is their history.
Mm.
Like the Aleut, or what is it, Aluet tribe, they like Dene or something like that. Not
Mm.
Dene. Man, those folks came straight to America, slaughtering stuff like they admitted that they were eating people.
Mm.
But go ahead
Well,
and
yeah.
explain what you're doing, bro, because we gonna run that back.
Yeah, we're gonna run it up on that because now that shows malice from the beginning. Like right now it just seems like the English were just, were just so happened to get to an area where there was some Spaniards and other folks and started to say, you know what, let's come up with this new idea to just start separating these niggas. But now it starts to seem like, okay, with that information, it's like, oh no, This was planned from the days of Columbus. This was planned to have Columbus come over, call it the Indies, give it an Asian identity in a sense, while at the same time using the Council of the Indies to erase the history of the past for 300 years, to start over, to kind of Asianize it, and then now bring them into our bringing the Asians into the Indian schools, and having them over time become the so-called Native American, which now makes America looks like it was started by some Asiatics on a subconscious tip, even though they act like and say they ain't from Asia over and over again. I really see what you're talking about with it, and no, that's pretty wild.
But that's exactly what happened, bro. They help the Asian empires keep their conquest so they can be in power. What do you think they call the Europe and Asia counterpart?
Mm.
His job was to connect Europe and Asia through the sea, and that was through America, bro. Them folks' job was literally to conquer this motherfucker, bro, on every end. And you can see, bro, I got maps, bro, that literally show you all seven nations and all of their territories in the Americas, bro. Like, I, I thought I was tripping at first when I kept reading this Oriental Occidental shit. I used to be like, bro, what's the difference between East and West when they calling us the Occidental? But then they saying Asians discovered this motherfucker. And you realize that all the names of America when it was first discovered were all Asian names.
So I'd say
The
like
history literally, bro, if you go back and read it,
so I say
the Bible,
like
or
if you really think about it, like if you think about it like on a grand scale, um like because then there's the reason of why are all these nations, conspiring to come in and play certain parts. But I would say resources. America has been known to be the breadbasket of the world, not just for food but for all kind of resources, and they'll say these resources be in these other areas, but like Chinese came in here, they played their part. They came in here, they played this little underclass, they played a little class of trying to be American Indians as well as come over here and be normal Chinese folks. But they took over a lot of manufacturing. A lot of shit we send over to them, and they raw and they manufacture it. They say it all the time. We'll send our fish over there sometimes to get cleaned or the process, and then they ship the shit back. Or you got Europe that was over here taking the trees to build up the fucking Europe forever, and they still over here taking shit to build up Europe and things. You got Africa now over here. They almost the last ones in the pot trying to build up their shit off of everything we got up over here.
they are the last one in the top.
Mm. And they would be the last final straw to try to get rid of us.
That dude Constantine Rapopinski, or whatever his name was, they wrote that 1832, The Black Primitive Nations of America. Bro, listen, that man clearly said that the ancient enemies and modern enemies of America have erased the true identity of the people. Because when he was speaking on us, he was saying there is no way that an African, a European, and an Asian mixed together to create these people. It's impossible when these are the most primitive people I've ever met. Every science, every art, and every language in the world is in their mouth. Not you can't go around the world and find every language except for here in America. And this is what he was explaining. The so-called Black Americans are the aboriginals of all aboriginals, or they are either an amalgamation of every aboriginal, but they are not descendants of Africans and Europeans.
No, yeah, I mean I believe that.
So it's history book, it's history books that literally tell you everybody that came to America was ancient enemy already. Hey, I'm gonna be back, bro.
All right, go ahead.
My jank cutting in tonight.
Go ahead, yeah. And I'm in here real quick. Sorry, y'all. He's just gonna have to wait. I was trying to do something from one of my workers. He just gonna have to wait. um, because I got to get this cook up on. He gonna be like, man, you didn't see me there yet. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. Okay. So now that's some. And so y'all, that's some heavy stuff. That's some heavy stuff. What up, shot? Yeah, that's some heavy stuff. Like to think about the malice from the beginning, so far back into from the beginning. It really goes to show, the intentions but and I can put together now that he said that I can put that together because that makes sense for the count. What I got to have a whole live stream where I just go in about the Council of the Indies, and I might do that tomorrow. I might do that later on today, or well, maybe tomorrow. We'll see, we'll see. But like the Council of the Indies, if y'all don't, people don't know about that. They was basically blocking all kind of publications and stuff or anything that was basically trying to erase the entire history of America to the Europeans and everybody on that side of the world. Now they didn't erase it to us, but while everybody was doing all them journeys from 1500 to 1800, everybody in Europe didn't know shit. And the crazy thing is, that's 300 years. You have to be hella dedicated generationally to do some shit like that for 300 years. That's like 20, I don't know, 10 plus generations, however many generations of people before you get to that. And maybe not 10, but something like that. But before you get to something like that, to even see it realized, to even have a change, to even matter. So it's really crazy. It's really crazy. But at the same time, I can also see it, and I just thought about it because between 1500 to 1800 is when they were making some of the voyages. And if you were already some of the top cats in your country, like the royals, then you can kind of afford to do that. The Royals are already going to be top, and they probably trading and getting stuff at the being the first ones to get shit in when it comes in from America through trade throughout all that time. So like, um, so like they can keep that information a secret amongst whereas the commoners wouldn't know, your regular folks wouldn't know. So and that's still pretty crazy, but we're gonna go over now. This one's just kind of random, and then we'll go through a couple other things that I've seen. But now I was telling people on some like I think I was telling Rashad like on some nation building type shit. Like there's a what they said is if you wanted to raise money on a large scale, uh, without having taxes. Let's say you have no taxes at all. Then it's just like, well, how do we run this society? How do you get the money to do whatever? And I forgot what I heard it on. Oh no, it was Travis from American History, American Ancestry, whatever. He said something about the lottery. I hadn't seen anything about it. Now, as I was just doing my normal, I wasn't looking this up. I was looking up. This came off of one of the newspapers, talking about the mission schools or something, and I just looked over to my right and I was like, lottery. And I looked down here and we're gonna look at it. So basically what I'm saying is if you wanted to raise money to build a school, to build a capital, to build a new stadium, to build get the roads fixed, whatever, you could do a lottery. Okay. And what's that? How does it work? Bunch of people putting money into a pot to try to win some money, right? And everybody loves to gamble. Niggas love gambling, right? The Indians love gambling, and I have a lot of books that talk about that. So you got all these people that, and I'm gonna let y'all up on the end. Whoever's y'all requesting up, I'm gonna let y'all up on the end once I'm done with the cook up. Um, so if you wanted to raise this money, you would do a lottery. So a bunch of money, put money in the pot. So let's say if you have a large population, let's say you get to 1 million people, talk real large numbers, and you do a lottery and everybody puts $50 into the lottery, that's $50 million. And you give some winner 2 million or $1 million or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They only put $50 in. So if you give them $1 million, now you got $49 million at your disposal to put towards certain projects. Now you can go and build this and build that. So and people have an incentive to do the lottery because one, I might win something, and two, the place that the lottery that I'm getting a chance to win is going to something tangible that I'm gonna get to visit in the future, or some roads that I'm gonna get to travel on in the future. So that already that blew because that was when I used to think about having a city, which I still plan on in my later years at some point in life when I can get super duper duper rich. 50 million is what I need. If y'all can make me rich off of motherfucking documentaries, I would love it. If I get $50 million, I'm getting me a motherfucking town. But that's my goal. But um if you my main thing was how do you institute doing projects and besides just having the entrepreneurs putting the money into everything. Like the first initial setup of the town, it could be established by the entrepreneurs. Now we could do a lottery too right now and fucking well technically you can, that's illegal, but if we was on our own land and had our own sovereignty we could do a lottery and you can get it started that way. But and to think about it now, think about it like this, like if a bunch of us somehow was to get land plots together that we got back in a decent area together with our money on a land for whatever from our patents, and we can get that type of sovereign status where we have the federal where where they won't fuck with us for doing things like a lottery. Now it makes you see why they outlaw the lottery. That's communism. And now it makes you see why they shitted on communism. Because you could be growing your farms and everybody doing their normal thing, and then you start trading amongst each other and you start using currency. And then for big projects, you start doing lotteries and you start building the hell up out of your town off of gambling that you already like to do anyway. And next thing you know, that motherfucker's popping off of the money that you get. I mean, that y'all have made off of each other. Um, But like, if I was gonna say, like, if you all get your land patents together, get a bunch of land together some way, and we can get to where we can get around this lottery shit, then you do a lottery, and for the people for that patent, and from people just around, and I mean in that area, and raise money to begin the development of the town. You know what I'm saying? Is basically what I was gonna say. So like there's a lot of things you could really do with this. That's why they don't like people doing it. This is why certain like when they came in here, like think about it. If we were doing this on a regular basis, they had to do something in order to stop every mode of what we had going that was really making us big in a sense. You know what I'm saying? And that would be all that communism. Most people never even understood it. I did. You just heard how they demonize it. Anything they've demonized, we need to go look back at. Be like, oh, what? You didn't like communism? Huh. Huh. Let me study that real quick and see how I can use that to my advantage. And I don't give a damn. And they want capitalism, which I ain't got a problem with capitalism. Who says a world has to exist with capitalism that can't exist cohesively with communism? I could be a capitalist, take my money as a single individual and decide to want to hire people and pay them a certain wage and do this or whatever, whatever. Whereas another person might go start a co-op and all of y'all together want to come in. But see, I might choose to do a capitalist way because I might be a little bit more of a control freak over my business, right? I want more control of what happens on the day to day, and I'm gonna tell y'all what to do, and I'm still gonna pay y'all really great and decent. I'm not gonna do y'all wrong, but I can still give you shares and stuff like that. But the main thing is, I want that control over the business because I want that control. Whereas if you have a co-op, you may still have a board, you know what I'm saying, that you elect that has like control or something like that. But still, there's a lot more people whose input is in the pot, and it depends on what it is. Like if it's an invention of mine, why do I want to start a co-op when it's my invention? I want control of my invention, right? But if it's a goddamn grocery store, co-op, nigga, it's 20 of y'all over here, y'all farmers, nigga, go in on a co-op, nigga, get a business, go and get your motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Now you can start. And then if you want a big giant thing, we want to build a convention center, nigga, lottery, nigga, hit the lottery, nigga. Who gonna win the lottery today, nigga? People, and I've seen people do today's time, they do raffles on like sneakers. My homeboy, he used to do, and I think he still does. Like they'll buy them some J's that's like some hard to get J's, and do a raffle, and then everybody put in like 20, 30, $40 or a ticket or whatever on the raffle. This nigga be done made about $1,000, $2,000 on a pair of J's. And I'm just like, nigga, that's ingenious. They don't want you doing these things, but these things can really, say we was running the numbers. That's the numbers game. Yeah, that's what they say. And they said that we created the numbers game. They said that they would say black people in Harlem or something created the numbers game, but Indians were doing this so we could do a board of public service. Yep, yep. And you can do lotteries weekly, monthly. You know what I'm saying? So think about the amount of money. If you have, let's talk smaller numbers. If you have a town with 1,000 people, and everybody does the lottery, and each time they do the lottery they know it's going to a good cause, so they're doing it for the good cause, and they know there's a possibility they're going to win. It's only 1,000 people, so the more times they play they'll try. So let's say every time they do it they put $100 in every month. I know that's a lot, but let's just say 1,000 people put in $100. That's 100,000 a month. So let's just say 1,000 people put in $10. That's still $10,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? But for like large scale projects, you do want about 100,000. So if you can get them to put in 100, and you get 100,000, now you got to get some of that though as winning. So maybe the person wins. They put in $100, they get a chance to win 10,000. Always do a 10% maybe. So 10,000 and 90K right there. And let's say you do that every month. That's 90K a month running that you can put towards investing into businesses, whatever. Now, eventually you want to make yourself up to the higher numbers where you can do bigger scale projects like build an apartment complex, build all these little things. You know what I'm saying? But let's read this real quick. So it says the first drawn number on the next day's drawing will be enlisted to the snug prize of $1,000. Tickets and half tickets warranted undrawn for sale at the usual places. Prizes in the East Bay and New York lotteries and approved notes received in payment, tickets sold in this office. Lottery is now drawn and all is its capital prizes are yet to be distributed. The present gain of the wheel will justify in advance in the price of the ticket. They will, however, remain at the original price they was for a few days. I thought this shit, and maybe I didn't get the right one, but anyway, they were still doing a lottery back then. But I thought this was showing what it was doing it for. Approval, and maybe I didn't see it, but either way, they was doing lotteries. Okay, they were doing goddamn lotteries. Let me get off of here. Get on over to this one. Okay, this is from a church. From Charlestown. Talk about a mission. Okay, in 1812. Now that's like just getting over into Mississippi, Louisiana expansion kind of thing. So you got here Reverend, which we now know the Reverend is the principal of a school, right? The Reverend is the principal of these schools. So you got the Reverend Keith will perform divine service in the First Presbyterian Church tomorrow afternoon. It says here that the benevolent public are respectfully informed that tomorrow evening, Sunday, a charity sermon will be preached in the Baptist church, notice Baptist church, in this city collected made of this mission school. So we got a Baptist church taking up money for a mission school, which is supported by the Catawba Indians. Now we read that, right? Okay, yeah, we already read this. I'm sorry, my bad. We read this one. Get off of that one. Let me get back off of that one. Now this one we haven't read because this is just getting more detailed on what these schools were. Let me turn these lights back on. All right. So let me just read through this and I'll remember why the hell I saved it. The undersigned, having examined the testimonials of the bearer, Mr. Robert C. Robbins, find that he is duly commissioned by the American Board of Commissioners. So the American Board of Commissioners for foreign missions. Who is the American Board of Commissioners for foreign missions? That would be your church wardens, the people who are above the people. Now they're calling them the American Board, but these would be your people who are up who were prior church called church wardens. These are people above the superintendent and two people above the reverend. So you have the reverend, superintendent, pretty much, or a church superintendent, and then you have the board. But at this time they're calling it the school. But that's what this, because we're talking about foreign missions. But foreign missions are foreign, going to foreign parts outside of the colonies in areas where Indian territory is foreign to them. So they said that it's commissioned by this person, it's commissioned by the Board of American Board of Commissioners for foreign missions to select benefactions for the support of the foreign mission school about to be established in Connecticut for the instruction of the heathen youths of the nation. Who do they speak about being heathens and thugs and all of that stuff, right? Okay. Who may be cast on the shores. But then they said this still. Look at this. Now I didn't realize Hawaiians, Chinese, Lascars, and etc. I think about that. Now, see, I forgot when I first read this. I think that's why I saved it, but I didn't know what the hell that Oahuans was at the time. And after going through more newspapers and now doing this, I now can see and see why. I'm glad I saved it. But yeah, you got it says even though they call us heathens, they said that who may be cast on the shores. Let me see. Let me read this. About to be established in Connecticut for the instruction of heathen youths of all nations, comma, who may be cast on the shores, and then it says dash, Hawaiians, Chinese, Lascars. So it says that they're starting up a foreign mission to bring people that's cast on the shores. Now, what do you think that means, cast on the shores? This is a what does it mean to be casted on the goddamn shore? Now, I'm glad I came back to read this. What does it mean to be casted on the shore? You just got here. You Hawaiian, you Chinese, you Lascar. The fuck is a Lascar? I gotta look that up. It said not an African, not one African, not the same Connecticut I'm right in. Badu, they must be around you out there. Or they might have trained them up here and then sent their ass to Oklahoma. That's another thing. This is because what year is this? This is pre-removal, 1817. So think about that now. Let's put these things together. You bring them in, you send them to the mission schools. So I guess I can't lie. They said they went to the boarding schools with it. Some of them did, but you just cast cast it on the shore. It didn't say the Indians was casted on the shore. So and then they put him in there with us, and then they sent their ass to Oklahoma to confuse you even more. Well, it was a removal of the Indians. Now, Article such and such says you can stay here. If you gonna stay on your land, yeah, I'm gonna stay on my land. Well, the Hawaiian said he'll move to Oklahoma. The last car said he'll move to Oklahoma and continue being an Indian. Okay, okay. Appreciate that, Jackson. Last car is an Asian sailor. Wow, wow. Appreciate that. And I messed it up. The Asian Lascars are more seafarers from the Middle East. Wow, appreciate that, TB. They got Shanghai, not the same Connecticut. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I'm glad I came back. I'm glad I saved it. Obviously, I saved it because I seen the word Chinese on the boarding school, right? So obviously, that was like snap. But this is even more telling than I thought. Like I gotta, this is gonna be that first one I'm gonna read. So yeah, well, how come the when I go on a native panel? So how come the American Board of Commissioners of Foreign Missions were selecting benefactors for the foreign mission schools they started to establish in Connecticut? They went around. They said they was looking for heathen that were casted upon the shores, such as Hawaiians, Chinese, and Lascars that look kind of like y'all. That's all we just said. That's all they go. Shut up, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. I don't like these niggas. They come in here all the time with their fucking bullshit. Got him. You know what I'm saying? I just had it. I'm basically doing them like they do us. You ever seen like these Pan Africans and these DNC shills? They'll come in. They just want to get off their talking points. And so they whole thing is that at the end, like I think I was on whose page was that? I was listening to somebody. I think it was Crew Cut. And she was just like at the end, she was just like, well, whatever, whatever. Before I get out of here, I'm just gonna say it. 300,000 women passed for this, and like three or four DNC talking points, and I'm out. Click. I was I was like, see, that's why they here. They here to get their talking points out because that's what they pay to do. You got to go up there and get the talking points out. However you do it, you know what I'm saying. You probably also got to get paid to spend a certain amount of time on these live streams too. Um, like I can start to see like how they're doing their thing algorithmically in a sense. That's one thing I'm really good at. Is like picking up on like changes in algorithms in the world or on computers. Like any kind of change in instruction. That's all that is. A change in instruction or a change in anything. That's why I'm just any little minute thing. Like I'm just like, what the hell? You know, I'm just hella observant. But I lost what I was saying. My train of thought on was, but let's get back to this. So, Hawaiians or whatever. So these people cast on the shores as well. Oh, okay. Oh, I should have kept reading. Okay, as well as American Indians. Notice how they separated who was casted on the shores and who is American Indian. So where did all the Hawaiian, Chinese, and Lascars go, and the Malaysians and the Bengalis? Where'd they go? They was in school with us. I gotta make a 10-minute video about this, but where'd they go? I wonder where they went. I wonder where they went. Well, me and you on some kin on the left side of the Cobra side. Oh yeah, that's what's up, CJ Power 10. Yeah, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of us to be honest. It says to qualify them for as American Indians, to qualify them for mission as missionaries, schoolmasters. Throw that in there. I'm so glad I seen that. Schoolmasters. Where do we first see schoolmasters? Boy. Everything connects. Schoolmasters. Hiring some country born Negroes to be amongst the Indian and Negro slaves and going to foreign parts with the foreign missionary schools with the church wardens. Boy, all these newspapers, boy, they telling the whole story in the newspapers. That's all I'm doing is reading the papers. They puts it in the papers. They puts it in the papers. All right. Right there, church wardens. That was the first thing that even got me down this whole path, going back down this path, was seeing church wardens and listening to what Travis was saying on the whole thing about apprenticeships, going through baptismal records and all that other stuff and getting loans and stuff through them. So yeah, this is all super connected. Let's keep going with it. Let's keep going with it. Go back where it was. Right here. I'm glad I came back to this one. To hire them as missionaries, schoolmasters, physicians, surgeons, ain't that a bitch, among their respective nations. why did I say ain't that a bitch when it comes to physicians and surgeons? Because of those are people you trust. Like they're really usurping all the people you would trust. Your missionaries is usurping the trust of your religious side. Physicians and surgeons are influencing those on the side of people that are helping you physically. You take their advice seriously. So if they're out there telling you about Jesus, well, Mister, well, Doctor Such and Such is a Christian, Mama. How come you won't let me go to the church with Doctor Such and Such? Don't you trust Doctor? Well, I do trust him. He did deliver my babies. No, the midwife should have delivered your babies, ma'am. But maybe he helped you when you had like a cut or womb or something, you know? But these are people you trust that they're influencing into this Church of England situation to ultimately, uh, you know, remove who we are as Indians in our minds and on paper in some cases, in most cases, but not in all of us. It says among their respective nations, and it says, and carry back to them the knowledge of husbandry and the arts of civilized life. The highly interesting object will be more fully explained by the narrative of five youths from the Sandwich Islands. Now receiving an education in this country. Good God, y'all. Look, come on. Sandwich Islands now receiving an education in this country after being cast on the shores. The undersigned cordially look, y'all need to be screenshotting this. And the next time anybody hits y'all with anything, nigga, any motherfucking native Pan African, if they want to ask, how do you know that you're native Faguas? How you gonna call them the Faguas? They not the Faguas, you stupid nigga. You's a stupid nigga. Bring this up on their ass. Just bring this up on their ass. Well, in the newspapers, they knew exactly what they were doing. They said no. We put some Sandwich Island niggas from the off the shore straight into the from this country right into the school education system, and then send them out to go teach others. That's exactly what they said. You was a stupid nigga. I'm not just playing. These niggas is crazy. They'll never believe you. You can show them anything. You can show them any goddamn thing you want to show them. So I might stop telling people I'm from Connecticut. We have to read it. Now you one of them. If your family from there, you might be one of the original people from Connecticut. They just took y'all over a little bit. So tap the screen. Appreciate that. Love it. Appreciate that, Shonda. Boy, okay, I read that one out. You know what? Let me check my YouTube side. My bad, YouTube side. Well, they mutilated black bodies to study anatomy. Oh, okay. Get them from other countries, let them go to your schools, then educate. Oh, my bad. Let me show it like that. Get them from other countries, let them go to your school, then educate them and send them back to you as an enemy. Which, yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I really wonder when they naturalized these folks because that 1824 naturalized a ton of them. I believe that 1824 naturalized a bunch of them that came in after Ellis Island during that time from there and up. Like those records I was showing y'all was from 1887 and up. So like the manifest records of them getting off on the ship. So when I believe the 1924 was for them. For these folks, I think they just must have shoot them in. Or you know what? This was the time frame where U.S. Grant, I think that's his name, and I have it right here. My mind's like the hard drive, and then my iPad is supposed to be like the thing that has the shit in it. Like I know in my head exactly what I want, and then my iPad is like my extension of my brain. Like, okay, let me find that. Now it's gonna be a moment. I wish I could just pull it right out of my brain for a second. Uh, what was I looking for again? Fucking up, trying to tell this story. Um, I was talking about the people coming in. I was talking about the Chinese and their records coming in Ellis Island. Oh, they could. Well, no, that ain't what I. That ain't what I. Send it back as an enemy. Damn, what was I about to pull up? Mm, damn, lost my damn train of thought. Be getting damn caught up. People cast it on the shores. Blah blah blah. Um, Let me read this real quick. The rest of y'all's things, maybe to come back to me. They use black bodies to study anatomy. Now talking points will show the direction of the algorithm. Yeah, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, right. As well as old newspapers, the history. So the Melanesians were the Indigenes, and the Polynesians were a forced, sheltered, heterogeneous group that eventually intermixed, miscegenate, miscegenate. Good, good. I mean, good point. And a good thing to ponder. Why the hell would a Hawaiian want to move to Oklahoma? Money, gold, oil, land. Yeah, yeah. A lot of oil, a lot of oil, a lot of coal. There was a lot of money to be made in Oklahoma. It was one of the biggest. I have the map. One of the biggest places for oil and gas. One of the biggest states that had a lot of it. And in fact, that's where Tulsa got a lot of their wealth. O.W. Gurley and them was doing this. And y'all look now, O.W. Gurley is who one of the first founders of um of Black Wall Street, Tulsa Greenwood, right? Now I was on a live stream. Somebody was saying something about O.W. Gurley. He's I guess he said he was like related to him or something. So I guess trying to say some credit. He kept asking, "Oh, do you even know who it is? Who old?" And I came on because I literally was writing a movie about this. I got a whole movie almost written. Like I got when I say almost, like probably three-fourths done, and it's a lot of pages. And I did this like 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago, and I need to finish it. But I got other movies that I'm writing that I recently started writing, and I can finish writing a movie in like days. To be honest, it's like my problem be I'll write a shit ton of shit in one day. I may write damn near half the movie in one day, and then I won't return to it for like months. I just got other shit going on, you know what I'm saying? But now I'm trying to get myself focused on getting these scripts written, finished, so we can really start shooting some things. But either way, I was studying O.W. Gurley. That's all I wanted to say is because I knew that. That's why I was studying. And when I looked at it, I knew he was O.W. Gurley, but I didn't know what his first name was. Look at that first name, Ottaway. You know what that sounds like? He said his family's still here today. If I was wondering that, because I wonder if I can get like an interview from like people like that. You know what that looks like? Can anybody guess what that looks like? Ottaway? How about this? Nottaway. Nottaway Indian, possibly. Ottawa. Ottawa. I wonder, is Ottawa come from Nottaway? No, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. But that was the first thing I thought of when I seen it. I was like, was this nigga Nottaway? Yep, both in Virginia, Ottawa and Nottaway. So it's possibly a Nottaway Indian came to Oklahoma and started Black Wall Street after leaving Alabama. And they may have started up there in where y'all say what was that? In Virginia. I don't know what they, the whole cycle of how they, came down to the South, or if they even came to the South, or how he came to the South, or if a lot of Nottaways came to the South. But it looks like that could be the thing where you said, right, is that it, Jackson? Where they came to the South? One is Algonquin, the other one is Iroquois. Oh, really, really? Okay, okay. That's what I'm thinking. And it's these clues, it's these small things that's now starting to jump out to me, and it's all in language. It's crazy. It's all, a lot of it's in language. I would think that I would be uncovering history through videos or whatever, but no, it's really gonna take words because there wasn't no bunch of videos back then, or if it was, they done got rid of it so they can tell us we didn't have the camera or whatever. But that's wild. That's wild. Okay, let's get back to that. What you call it? And then after this, man, if anybody want to come up after this and spit some words, put some input or whatever, you'd be more than welcome. This is pretty much one of the last things that I think I was gonna go over. Yeah, because this is I'll touch on that these two real quick just to show that. But other than that, these were the last things I was gonna go over. Plus, I'm damn 3.5 hours in. Uh, so did I finish this? Yeah, yeah. We got down. No, wait a minute. Okay, I did. I was like, the reason why I thought I didn't, I got down here. The reason why I thought I didn't is because my markings went away. I didn't save my markings. But I don't think I finished. It's like narrative of the use of the Sandwich Islands. Let me highlight that again. 5 says that the uneducated from the Sandwich Islands is now being in this country. That's what I wanted to highlight. Let me do a little different highlighter. The youth of the Sandwich Islands are now receiving an education in this country. The undersigned cordially approved of the this object and recommend it to the attention of the Christian public. You got reverence, okay? Princeton, Philadelphia. Was Princeton started off as this way? Was Princeton started off as a mission school to get rid of Indians before they made it a Ivy League college? Is this how it started? Huh. Let me just do this. I'm curious. Did Princeton start as an Indian school? Indian slavery in Princeton. Princeton's history of Indian education dating back to the 1700s. What am I reading? A newspaper from when? Just after the 1700s. Princeton, Indians, these type of Indians, not only were you not only were you um are you guilty of having Indian schools, you're guilty for full erasure via bringing in known people from other countries into these Indian schools. If there's anybody we need to sue, Princeton caught you red-handed, and maybe Philadelphia. But that might be a college too. Not well. It's not like they don't know they was caught. They got a whole goddamn motherfucking thing right here, right? But you know why they probably ain't going into having no problems? Because this article is written in the lens of the Chinese folks or the Indians. We gotta get their ass for erasing this for real, playing a hell of a part. Illustrates white Americans' ambivalent views on American Indians. Let's see how they frame this. Let's see how they frame. It's a lot. It's a lot. I ain't gonna read that much. Let's see how they frame this. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, Anglo Americans expressed ambivalent views toward the indigenous inhabitants of North America, seeing them as simultaneously noble and savage, foes and symbols of freedom. These views, along with the emerging guilt about the occupying Indian land, fueled a vigorous campaign to acculturate Indians into white society. Education became one of the Anglo Americans' most powerful tools to achieve this, and the College of New Jersey was one of the earliest institutions of higher education to take on this mission. Okay. Institution, which is the establishment of a religious order or education institution, and you know what a mission is. Okay, in 18th century, three Delaware Indians, the Lenni Lenape, matriculated at the College of New Jersey. Jacob, class 1762, Bartholomew Scott Calvin, also known as Shukwood, whatever. What? See, that's gonna be one of those names of those folks that ain't from here. Just like we read, they're gonna be playing games with us. They ain't gonna tell us that, but what was that dude's name? Kabuki, and then the other one was Hapu or some shit. Yeah, that looks like one of those. But let's keep going. It don't look like a what you call it, one of our indigenous names spelled out, or wilted grass. And George Morgan White Eyes, the 19th century saw Cherokee students join the college student body, most notably William Potter Ross, future principal chief of the Cherokee Nation and Confederate officer. So that's Ross. Hold on. The 19th century saw Cherokee students join. The Ross went there. Okay, and who? Nikki, she knows about the Ross. A lot of y'all know about them Rosses. So now we really putting a lot together. Not only do we see where the Rosses came from, we see where they done educated and put themselves in and became the Confederate fucking tribal chief, nigga. Or Confederate officer. Mm-hmm. That's one of my immediate surnames. Uh, Let me make sure I screenshot this. It's wild. Wow, wow, wow. Let me get that in there. Man, we're gonna screenshot. Oh boy, but they ain't gonna tell us that they brought these children in. Let's just see. The experiences of Princeton's Delaware Cherokee students illustrate how education of Indians prove easier for the Anglo Americans to theorize than to implement. Though each entered the college without controversy. None of the 18th century Indian students graduated, and after the Civil War, the college admitted no self-identified Indian students until the very end of the 19th century. Lenny Lenape, Jacob Woolley, the College of New Jersey first Indian student, the College of New Jersey's first Indian student, likely came from Christian Delaware community near Cranberry, New Jersey. Both Woolley and Bartholomew Scott Calvin prepared for college at Reverend Leeser's Willocks. In fact, I want to say I have this nigga on something. Let me see. Maybe not, and if it is, it might be spelled to where it can. But I've seen that name before. You don't see names like that every day. Uh, his Willock New Indian Charity School in Lebanon, Connecticut. I seen that on something, so it could be assumed that they were prepared for integration into an all-white institution. Now it wasn't all white. Y'all had other folks there. Quit lying. All right now, but Willie's stay at Princeton was brief. Drinking a woman in town distracted him from his studies, and he was soon dismissed. Willie left campus before John Witherspoon. Really? Oh boy! I had to. I had to. In 1768, resuscitated the institution, but Witherspoon had certainly learned the details of Willie's unhappy months at the college by the time Bartholomew Calvin entered. Calvin, what did you say, Dominique? Said might be white as status instead of skin color. Possibly. Well, you know what? At this time, you're 100% right. Uh, in a sense, like these people would have been here off the shores in the 1820s when the census was going around. So they would have had to classify them under something. Now, either they threw them in the Indian category if they had Indian category separate, but they didn't really do an Indian census that I know of, at least the national one or whatever, till like 1890. But I think there might have been some prior to that had some Indian categories, and no, of course there were other census done by Indian tribes prior to them, but I'm just talking about that major one. But but no, yeah, it makes you wonder what were they putting these people up under? Likely white, right? And black, white, or Indian. In many cases, just black and white, or black and white and slave, or well, and free colored people, white, black, whatever, free colored. Um, see if I Ross, Youngblood, Smith, Jones. Oh yeah, going back up to what's Ross is my mother's surname. We have ancient planters and we help cultivate Scotland. See, and that makes you think about the Ross that went to this school. This Ross, one, he could have done one or two things. In many cases, I'm thinking he was one of these YT people that came over, took your name. He got an English name, right? He went to Indian school as an Englishman or whatever, YT. He got an English name or your name, and they send his ass out. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's what these people really kind of usurped a lot of our major names. Notice the background border is copper colored. You know what? I didn't notice that. Was it that what you call it at the top? Ain't that funny? They be bullshitting us. That's one of my immediate surnames. Talking about the Ross, CR the Great. I think that is Nikki too. I don't know if it's an immediate one from her for her though. They have a native alumni of Princeton picture on Google. Native alumni of Princeton picture. They have a native alumni of Princeton picture on Google. Native alumni of like I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Native alumni of Princeton. Let me just put that in. Maybe they'll pull up. Princeton has a history of long American alumni dating back to the whatever the Lenny the Lope. They talking about some of the same stuff. Wow. Yeah. And they look well, they look like anything. I about to say they look exactly like what they said, them Sandwich Islanders and all them, but really they look like whatever. To be honest, these could be I don't know. These motherfuckers could be whatever. To be honest, with these look, I definitely see Chinaman in his face, but a flat Mongolian face. Uh, Man, they so hyper mixed, dude, and yet, and that's what people have said. These people so hyper mixed, you can't even tell what the hell they are no more. And I know they got to be mad at the world at it sometimes. Um, but it's funny though. What's funny is they skin color never gets darker. Unless they get with one of us, that skin color stays the same, nigga, or get lighter, nigga. Hey, y'all ain't changing. You can try all you want to, nigga. All right, let me keep reading this so I can let y'all up. And if anybody want to start coming up, y'all can start requesting up. I'm gonna finish cooking through this, and then y'all can chime in if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But if you want to, come on up. Calvin, I don't even think they're going to tell me any kind of truth in here, to be honest, though. Calvin was the son of an interpreter of the Indian settlement near Cranberry. His father was also a teacher and spokesperson of the Delaware of New Jersey and would later become a prominent Delaware leader. Wilted Grass came to Princeton with a younger brother who was enrolled in a local grammar school. Calvin's study was sponsored by the Scotland was was sponsored by the Society of Scotland for the propagation of Christian knowledge. Look at that, y'all. It's something called the Society in Scotland for propagating the Christian knowledge. Oh, many of us say that we got a lot of people in our trees that came from Scotland. Is it a coincidence that they too had a propagation of the Christian knowledge around? Okay, let me screenshot that. But he later reported that in the second year in college, the fund failed in consequence to the Revolutionary War, and he was obliged to abandon his studies. There is no record of resistance to woolly or wilted grass enrollment into the college. Whatever Woolly's life at the Princeton is non-productive. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna just skim through with my eyes real quick. Not a drop of blood. Territory. Not a drop of blood, nor be spilled for the battle. An acre of land. Whatever. George Morgan White Eyes, blah, 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 1917, impressive delegation, Delaware Indian leaders. Read, mm, yeah, basically, it's not going to tell us what this newspaper is telling us, basically. Messenger, group, tribesman. We're not going to see anything about no Sandwich Islanders. We're not going to see anything about no Malaysians, no Bengalis, no Chinese, no Timor Islands, no none of that. First language, English was not their first language. George Martin White Eyes. They still talking about Art White Eyes? Under pressure from the Congress to educate these three boys. They literally focused on these three folks in this bitch. John Witherspoon being brought back up. Oh boy. Like this shit don't make no damn sense. It makes sense. Why would they say it? Right? Why would they say it? Concepts American Indian tribes, traditionally slaves among native peoples, were warks, captives adopted by tribal families to replace loss in battle, while sometimes sharing labor in tribal communities. Those integrated or not Indians were frequently seen as hostages, useful for exchange rather than chattel. The Cherokee Nation, however, increasingly adopted the white practice of chattel slavery. See, this is why I'm about to get on their ass. You bitch ass niggas is gonna sit here and disseminate bullshit ass lying talking points. Which why wouldn't they? You one of the ones with your hand directly in the pot, bringing the motherfuckers over to train them up in our spot. Why wouldn't you be disseminating this information today? The Cherokees viewed slavery as a demonstration of their acculturation in the white society. You hoe ass niggas, let me do this too. I'm gonna screenshot that for your hoes. like they, like They really feel some kind of way about it. Evidence for the acculturation of the Ross family. They going to when I put this shit in the goddamn documentary though. Literature. So you got Ross, who they said Ross was. For those who don't know, let me show you Ross. One quick clip. Quick. I should have got it to it by now. It's on my eyes. Trying to skim too fast. Oh, it was one of the first ones. I thought it was. Let me send it to my MacBook. Why are you frozen? Why did you freeze up? And why are you not opening up right now? Okay, what the hell is going on? Is my maybe my space shouldn't be um no, I got 50 gigs. Quit bullshit me. It won't let me use. What the fuck is going on with this video? Motherfucker gotta freeze up my motherfucking shit. That's wild. That ain't never happened before. Let me try one more thing. It won't even let me tap and hold. What about select? What tapping and holding it froze my motherfucking app? Why is that freezing my motherfucking app? This is what this is making no sense. Let me try another video that's down below there. But that's wild. That's wild. I don't know. Let me close out of some all this other stuff. Hold on. Let me unplug it. Close things out. Plug it back in. Let me add it back. Oh, it's still on there. Okay. Now with everything else closed out, still doing it. Let me try without the thing on there. This is whack. Yeah, it's still freezing. Even when I unplug the USB, what you call it from it, it's still freezing up my motherfucking photo app, and it's freezing up all the other ones. Man, hold on, man. Let me just restart this bitch, cause now that's gonna piss me the fuck off. That's gonna piss me off. If there's one thing I do need to do, my bad. I'm gonna look what you're saying. If there's one thing I do need to do, and I'm probably gonna do it this year, cause I think I'm about to be done paying for this iPad. I know you got to pay for these hoes monthly. But I'm probably gonna give me another iPad and copy everything to it. I gotta have at least two of these. That's like at this point, I got a lot of shit. A lot of shit to be trying to lose. Now let's see if this bitch is gonna fuck with me or not. Ain't that a bitch? All right, I'm gonna get off of it and come back to it. I know where I can show y'all actually. Let me just bring my damn, what was so we just got through reading this, and I got to this because I was on one of these. This right here, Princeton. Okay, let me finish reading this, and then it is what it is. Yeah, man, this shit's crazy. You get a TB hard drive, a terabyte hard drive. Yeah, and I got plenty of them to be honest. I already got hard drives, but I need like another iPad to be able to, in case one is tripping and had that other one. And I do got one. I got a couple there, but they kind of broken. Uh, but I could just get the screen fixed on them bitches. But they're a little older. I don't know. I'll probably just get another one. So said the video probably no, it's real small. In fact, let me pull up. I know where it's at. I mean, but really, I ain't got to do all that. I'm gonna just leave it alone. But basically, it was just gonna show the Rosses, and it's gonna say that the Rosses were some of the biggest slave owners in the colonies. But now, if you think of the Rosses, if I follow his path, he was probably one of the had a big. He was a business owner, and he was trained at one of those churches and schools, right? So he probably became a church warden or a or school principal reverend at the least. And so he had a lot of pupils under him. And so when they say he was one of the largest slaveholders, it was likely that. Other than that, it would have been because he owned criminals and he was paying for criminals as slave labor. So it could be that too. But one of the two, but it wasn't just that he just, randomly had a bunch of us as slaves. It says the public is respectfully informed that divine service will be attended in the something church, might be circular church, the more tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, after which a collection will be taken for the foreign mission. They're still doing money. We, and others funded our. I'm not saying enslavement. I'm saying funded our Indian erasure. That's what we and others funded our own Indian erasure, unbeknownst to us, being tricked through religion. I is something expect that the Reverend Mr. Robbins, agent for the Border Commission, he's their agent, will deliver a discourse of the session, of the occasion. I'm sorry. So yeah, man, like that right there, this alone, let me put a that on there. Let me make that a favorite. Like, yeah, that right there alone, red-handed, red-handed. You can't get past it. You got Chinese, Lascars, Hawaiians, and then with the other one, you got these other the Malaysians, Bengalis, all the other ones coming into Princeton in this Philadelphia school. They even say they was cast upon the fucking shores. They even say that they came here from another country in here. It's all up in this one thing, and then you can add that second one in. So like, yeah, y'all should be screenshotting that. Y'all should be throwing that out there on motherfuckers daily. You know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, Use the goddamn last car. I'm gonna start calling these bitch ass niggas last cars. Why? I ain't gonna give them Chinese or Hawaiians either. I'm calling. I ain't gonna give them Malaysian. No, I'm gonna call you a last car. Just to fuck with them. Where they get that from? Man, oh man. So yeah, that's pretty much it, man. That's 4 hours, man. Y'all be really rocking with me for a while. 4 hours, half a day's worth of work, and I be really putting in half a day's worth of game, teaching game. That's wild to me, man. And I'm much appreciative of y'all that continue to support, continue to be around. Much respect, Rashad, Crew Watt, Jackson dying laughing at the last thing because I said I'm gonna call these niggas last cars. Mason, what was you saying? Turn farms, families, compounds into plantations. That's why so many pastors were chiefs. I didn't know that. They tried to convert the planters and farmers first. That makes sense because once you get them, they're gonna disseminate their religion all through your family. Well, you need to come to the Lord. Do you know who the Lord is? The Lord is not that guy in the sky. The Lord is the people over the church wardens and the people over the like. I don't think I will serve the Lord. Okay, keep saying that. They love hearing that over there. We had some of the largest families and planners. Yeah, the video probably long. Oh yeah, we up back. I'm back up there. Okay. You research Your research just keeps bringing back old memories of TikTok debates I won. What's up on there? I see you in there, the Lord. I know subconsciously we don't even want to call his name no more. Subconsciously we must knew that the Lord is really some bullshit. That done turned into Lord. Subconsciously we don't want to deal with the motherfucking real Lord. uh and and these things are answering shit and questions that I had in my mind when I was young, which were why did they change the word from Lord to God? Or why, even when I was a kid, I used to ask, why is it multiple names? You can say Lord, you can say God, and they like, yeah, you can say Jehovah, you can say what else they say. There's a couple other names they might have said, and I was just like, why? But now we know that they're all different. Lord is not has nothing to do with none of those. The Lord has zero things to do with any of those. Yahweh was the original name. God or Jehovah and Yahweh or Yehovah, Yod He Vade or Jehovah is pretty much but kind of the same thing in a sense, if I'm not mistaken. In other things. Oh yeah, Jehovah Jireh. I don't know where that Jireh part comes from. I do remember saying Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah something, Jehovah. I was just like, what is all these words coming from? What's this man's name? And is he even a man? I fuck with what you put down today. Very interesting. Appreciate that, Colony baby. Man, look, for some reason, my lessons daily have just been really expansive. It continues to move forward. It's even if it's talking about the same topic, it's definitely much so hitting on different cylinders and eye opening and finding more proof, hard facts. There goes losing the connection to my iPad again randomly. I don't get it. Um, but whatever. I'll just throw it back up like that. But yeah. So and the etymology too. Etymology is gonna whip their ass like a motherfucker. Like having the etymology along with reading these super old documents, that man is key to the truth. Key to the truth. I enjoy it here. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that shot. That means a lot coming from the word genius. Uh, make sure y'all pick up his book too. Books. I'm definitely gonna get into doing me some projects. You know, I may do a book at some point. Definitely, I got to get started on these documentaries. I'm thinking about some of these because some of these documentaries, to be honest, like some of these like investigative type shits like this, I really don't need to visit locations. It would be cool for me, like if I was doing this, if I went and visited Princeton, it would be amazing if I can get an interview from somebody at Princeton and then toss that in them. So did you ever hear about the last cars and the Chinese and the people coming as said in this newspaper clip right here in 1750 something or 1819? You ever hear about that? Oh, you said I didn't put that question in the thing list of questions I said I was gonna tell you. Is that what you said? I didn't put that question in there. That's gonna be the answer, nigga. That's not what you said. Now, what up, boss?
I was gonna say, even if you don't do interviews, you should go to these places because they have statues, they have
Mm,
monuments, they have all kind of things that you can add into there. Then they probably have places that you can't go, like you can't access. And then like what's that all about, right? They probably
mm,
have like things in their libraries that you would only see if you went to that library, all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if I were you, I would still try to visit some places that the documentary would be based upon. Plus, you need
mm.
like B-roll footage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And that's really what and that's my main thing is yeah, I'm gonna need the having the B-roll footage. I'm my bad. I know this was up here this whole time. Having that B-roll footage makes the whole presentation look that much more amazing. Um and so and right now, my thing with it, I guess, is it takes up more time and more finances to do both. And I feel like I can just be like knocking out some work while I'm just in my studio. But at the same time, I would make a bigger impact if I waited on the visuals. And that is very much so the fight that I'm having right now. Which documentaries do I want to just be like, I could just tell this story and I don't really need to do this, and which documentaries are so important that I'm just like, I really got to go out there. Um, you know.
They're all important, man. Like you gotta. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I do want you to think about how everybody learns differently.
Mm,
So you got some people that'll hear the information and be like, oh yeah, cool. Then you got some people that need to see stuff, right? So if you just wanna like have a bigger impact, you know, don't rush to do it. Take your time and do it right.
right, right.
Peace, peace. Don't rush to get it done. Yeah, if I can add
Hold
to
on, hold on.
what Rashad is saying.
Let Rashad finish before you grab the mic.
Oh yeah, I just have one more thing to add. Just a question. I feel like echoes. You heard that echo?
No, I don't.
When you were studying those schools and stuff, right? Do you remember you were looking at the schools and they were like military kind of schools and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Most of those children were orphans, right?
Now, when I was looking at it, I don't remember. No, well, no. You know what? Some possibly there could have been some orphans, but to be honest, I think the ones that I was looking at during the time frame I was looking at, which was more in like the early 1900s, these people had consenting adults paying for tuition for their ass to go there. Um, but I know what you're talking about. I think a lot of the orphan stuff happened more to us, but it could have happened to some of them too. It could have happened to some of them too.
It was interesting because when you were talking about it, I was like, damn, and like alumnus has an interesting concept to it, right? the word alumnus. It means a foster.
Oh, like alumni? Really? It means a
The plural, and the plural means foster. Alumna, U.S.
pupil or graduate of a school. Literally foster son. Where you say what about the literallys?
We get that. You know what I'm saying? Literally. When I see literally, I take that shit as oh really. That's
mm,
interesting.
vestigial present passive participle of to suckle, to nourish. That's funny. That's funny.
The reason why it goes to suckle and nourish is because alma mater, which is like the school you graduate from, alma mater means nourishing mother.
Um, my how you spell it? I don't even know how to spell that. Alma mater.
A A
Oh,
L M
there it goes. I see it. I didn't know it was separated. Uh, literally nurturing mother. A title given by the Romans to certain goddesses, especially Ceres and Cybele, from Alma and from the nurse. So when you say you're going back to your alma mater, that's your school or your mother's place that you was nourishing from the which your mother apparently is guard is the school wardens and fucking superintendent and shit. This is or the institution itself, which is to turn you
right.
over.
So if we were all young, if your mom had gave you some information, we're all young, you come to the park, tell us what your mom said, and we all say, man, your mom's a liar. What you gonna do?
Mm,
You gonna try to fight us at the park, right?
yeah.
We all like 10. My mom said, man, fuck you. Your mom's lying. You gonna
Mm,
try to whoop her ass, right? That's the same people with an education do. You know what I'm saying? When you go debate these people with an education, they be wanting to whoop your ass. That's because the information they're sharing with you, they got it from their mother.
this,
They
this,
got it from their nourished mother.
yeah, the school is the new mother, and we've heard that say. They said, the school is like your second parent or whatever, not your second, but your other parent. Damn. Um, and On Code said perhaps you can get a research educational grant. I'm sure it exists. It can help with expenses. Um, it's not a bad idea. I don't be doing too much stuff through the government, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. But it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. And at some point I might do like a really I'm waiting for me to do my first project, one or two, and then I'll probably do like a GoFundMe type of situation where it's funding the project, but some small goal like $1,000, which is basically for each travel fee, the traveling and stuff to get there and back. And you'd be prepaying for like your stream. So like it'd be like a $5 stream. And if I can get what's that? Uh uh for 1,000 people, 1,000, that would be what 200 people to do it, then that would be $1,000. I would go and do the documentary, come back, release it. When I release it, I send you all the link so you don't have to pay for it and you have the link yourself. And then I also release it on the major platforms. So that's really kind of the way I'm thinking about doing it for the future.
Damn, where did Daddy O go?
Yeah, I don't know. He dropped out. Old boy dropped out too. I don't know who he was. I've seen him before, Mr. Duke. I want to say I've seen him before, but I ain't never seen him on a panel or talked to him that I remember.
Guess they didn't feel like waiting.
Probably they might have been busy, but yeah, yeah. That's
They
wild.
already had, man. I'm just gonna point that out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah.
it is, ain't it?
Nah, nah. And what's them some of them other words? You got the alma mater, you got the alumni. Um, I'm trying to think of any other like major like verbiage that's used in that kind of collegiate setting, like for certain shit. Like, what's a valedictorian? That might just be what it
All of the
is.
words, all of the words have a weird meaning. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm, a farewell, a bidding, valediction, passport, a bid, farewell, leave. That, but that ain't a valedictorian. I guess that's the person bidding a farewell from you going as you leave school, and then the higher. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but either. But hold on. Now, yesterday, I don't know if you got here. Now we was on a topic, and benefice came up under fuck. You know, I might be able to just type it in. Benefice, and I was like, man, we were just on that. Um, damn. Did that say benefice? That was beneficence. And that's if I can even remember what it was. Right or presenting a qualified person. Oh yeah, I don't know. Did you have you ever seen this word patronage? It's the right of presenting a qualified person to a church benefice. Because they was like, as long there was a article I was reading about the church schools. It was an institution or a college, and they was like, as long as the patronage continues, then we should be. And I can pull that up, but it was like we should be greatly whatever. And I was like, patronage meaning as long as they keep getting students, but they called them patronage. And when you look up the patronage, the right of presenting a qualified person to a church benefice. Now I got to go see. Remember what benefice meant. Let me go to it here. So to be a patronage, a benefice is a church living church office endowed with a revenue. That a patron sending your child to this institution was sending him over to a church or was presenting it over to a church benefice, which is a person who is endowed with the revenue. But that would be the church war. That would still lead these people to be the church wardens. They're pretty much saying it. Let me go to that article. Let me see if I can find. It might be right next to it. Oh damn, where did that?
Everything's connected, man.
Nah, for real. I hate when it does that and you click the search and it tells you it puts it right there and it doesn't show you which one it is. So open in folders. I should easily see it. Especially that one. That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, the act of turning somebody over to a church benefice. And then what was Lord? Lord is the master of a household ruler, feudal lord, like you were talking about, superior husband. Because I'm trying to figure at some point I'm trying to get this hierarchy down. You got the lords, and there's still people over there in Europe that call themselves lords. But then somebody had brought up some. I saw some about an alderman in a paper or something. And I was like, we still use that today. So what is a real alderman? And then you got the lords, you got vestrymen, you got church wardens, you got esquires, you got goddamn the royals, the actual royals. So I'm trying to get the actual hierarchy down on this bitch.
Look up the word doctor.
Doctor.
I'm gonna drop and come back up. I got an echo.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know why I can't find
Okay, so
that. photo. I just pulled it up, but I was trying to find that photo. I was still looking for. It said, "Oh, this is wild." It says it's supposed to be right here. Oh, here you go. Patronage. Okay, so if that's patronage, that newspaper clips might be this one right here. Yeah, right here. Okay. So Transylvania, the trustees of Transylvania. So trustees. Okay, acquaint the public that the ensuing session will open the first day of October next. They avail themselves to occasion to offer their congratulations on the continuance of the increasing prosperity of their institution. And when you look up institution, it says the establishment of a government or church body, so or church organization or whatever. So it's funny how they got those two together, but it says they confidently, not funny, it's really what it is. They confidently hope that if the generous patronage which has been experienced should not be withdrawn, all the good wishes about it, which the friends of science and literature have entertained, will be completely accomplished. Depending on the instant, depending as the institution for depending as the institution does for an income exclusively on public support. So as we know, this is like a public college. A public college getting money through patronage, which patronage, as we saw, is the fact of turning over somebody to a church benefice or the beneficiary of over your estate. I guess maybe possibly because they got to get money off of your estate to teach you because their money is coming from the public services. I mean, from the public support, or unless they giving it to them at that time from whatever. But typically, this is going to be where they said that they was taking out loans on people at the same time. But we're not sure. But it says this patronage, as they keep using that word patronage instead of like these students or these people or these whatever. This patronage is indispensable to the success to its success basically. Um, so basically, which makes sense, it's because patron is turning over somebody to a church benefice. Without turning them over to a church benefice, you wouldn't get the public support in order to get the income to run your institution, which is a religious organization or a government. It says the necessity for providing an adequate income has rendered it necessary to make a small addition to the price of a tuition, which the trustees are persuaded will be justly viewed by the enlightened and liberal community. So basically, they're saying they're going to up the goddamn tuition since everything's going good. The price of tuition has been fixed at $50 for the college year and the regular classes, whatever, whatever, whatever. So it keeps going there and it talks about guardians giving bond. But I'm gonna go back to this doctor, and it says the doctor is the church father, from medieval Latin doctor, religious teacher, advisor, scholar, and classical Latin teacher, agent, noun from Curry, whatever, to show, teach, cause to know, originally to make to appear right, decree, seemingly fitting, but basically church father is the doctor. That's wild. And we're giving up somebody over to a church benefice with their patronage. I don't know, man, but there's a lot to this, and these people use these words for certain reasons. That I can definitely say. They would have chose a word. Now today's times, I'd say the words are just whatever, but back then they knew what the hell they were saying. What's up, Daddy O?
Man, peace. I had to take care of something real quick, but I just want to chime in. So, initially, what you were saying as far as researching universities is my background. That's what I do. So, each school started off as a church with a father. So, you attending these universities or visiting these universities, they're going to have what they consider their founding literature. So, you'll be able to juxtapose, you'll be able to see what they say their founding origin is
Mm,
based off of what you know, right? So it gives you talking points and you can go about it that way. And
mm,
then I don't know if you were on the live the other day when we talked about a patriarch, and I was saying how there's a parishioner in a parish, right? The parishioner is the head of the parishioners. Remember we were talking about the three situations?
Oh yeah, Paris and parishioners. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
remember I brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just last comment, real quick. You're correct. When you go to any church, anybody considered to be a deacon and whatnot, because this is a religious crusade. No matter what edict or what sect they prescribe to, the person that's standing in front of that church, they have what they consider a doctorate in that religious belief. No matter if it's Presbyterian, Catholic, Baptist, all of the above apply.
Mm. What's up, opium? That's wild. That's wild. And see, and I already knew that these things were pretty much still going on, but not into the degree that I see it. Like I didn't know the church
Every
was
day.
still somewhat still intertwined like that. That's wild.
Yeah, right now.
Mm.
That's why they have these Bible colleges, because that's where they go to learn how to rule over their congregation. But that's in every single sect of religion to the day.
Damn. Damn.
Yeah,
Damn. Damn.
look up the word doctor.
Oh yeah, yeah. We got that up right there. That's wild, man. Yeah, I wouldn't have even thought that these things was happening on the schools like that. But to be honest, when I was in school, don't get me wrong, I remember like church, there was some religious things here and there, but I didn't really pay much attention to it. But I just wouldn't think how intertwined the two would really be like that, man. Yeah, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. And it's really all designed to get us towards staying in the system. I feel like we're breaking down the veil slowly of like the whole system that was built up that's got us in this matrix, the box that we're stuck in a sense mentally. Oh
Now,
man.
that's absolutely true. If you want to know something that's um, very peculiar but extremely interesting, go and talk to one of those people that I'm referring to. One or two things are going to happen. In my experience, and this was years ago, not only did he stop talking to me, he just watched me when we were around each other, and I just watched him because he knew that I knew that it was all an act
Mm,
to a certain degree. But if you
mm.
want a real life experience or experiment, go talk to one
Yeah, because now that you
and
say
see
that,
how they react.
they would have to know a lot, especially once you get up high. Like I never thought about it, but once you get up high enough, like if you become an alderman or some kind of whatever they are, whatever the hell their titles are, like you gotta know or gotta know that you see some shit going on. Like you gotta know that like you either have contact back and forth between somebody who got contact with some lords or royals, or you even know what those things are. Things we just wouldn't even know because those would be your superiors. Those would be the people likely you would be conversing with in that position. And so like yeah, yeah, like certain people have to know quite a bit. What's up, Opium?
What up, y'all? What up, Sean? Hey, I mean, just real quick, cause since you got the doctor thing right here, I just wanted to add the cherry on top, right? And type in leech, bro. Like you know how they always say our women be getting unalived in the hospital and all this other type stuff, right? Or black folks shouldn't be going to the hospital and all this other type stuff. Type in leech and see what that and watch it because you see doctor, he'll be a physician. You know, they fall into the category of physician. So you got two different leeches. You got like one noun and two nouns. You'll see it's crazy.
And you say type in which one, leech?
Literally leech, bro.
Really? Hold on, let me see. Blood sucking aquatic worm. Unknown
That's now
origin.
number one. Go to number two.
Oh, okay, I see what you
Yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah.
But according to OED, the Old English form suggests this is a distinct word which has been assimilated to leech by folk etymology. My bad, I'm getting emails and messages like crazy.
I thought he meant to look up noun number two.
You said what now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Coming down here. My bad. I keep getting some damn. Okay, here we go. Leech in point two right here. Physician. How's a physician a leech? Obsolete, poetical, or archaic. From Old English leech, probably from Old Danish lake. Let's go back down. One who speaks magic words. A healer, a physician, literally one who counsels. Literally one who counsels. Perhaps connected to the old root Celtic, whatever. That's another one of them words that they don't flip to collect, gather with.
Exactly.
God damn, boy. And I swear it's basically like they came in and now I can see it because it's almost like just like they did. They came in, see a face of a melanated person. They put a white head over it. Came in, seen the Bible, seen God put Lord over it. They came in, seen our dictionary, and flipped everything's meaning on purpose. Like, okay, you said that's a what? That's okay. Well, let's flip that. Let's flip
So
that.
let me give you one more to trip off of that we used to trip off of back in
Hey,
the
hold
day.
on. Y'all didn't even trip off this one enough.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead, Rashad. Go ahead.
Let's keep on tripping. You see where it says, you see where it says charmer? Well, charm is magic for sure. Exorcist. Y'all see where it says it's in the line under that where you just had highlighted.
Oh, okay. Charmer,
Cool.
exorcist.
Yeah. So remember when I was telling you like a couple days ago about your demon, your lot, fortune, and genius, your mind, body, and soul,
Mm,
and how an exorcist or an exorcism or to exercise is to bind by oath,
mm.
right? So this leech is sucking the life out of you by exercising your demon and binding you by oath, your mind, body, and soul, your lot, fortune, and genius.
Well, you sometimes you got to slow it down. So this leech is binding to you, and what was it? Oh, wait a minute. I see what you're saying because I realized now that makes sense because I was okay because I was thinking like these people are demons, right? And I still think that, and
No, more like a virus, because a virus can't be nothing unless it got a host.
okay, that's a good way. Parasites. Why does it keep doing that? I don't know why it keeps doing this. Let me do this. And so because the thing is, I was like, okay, so they come over here, they attach to our Indian legacy, our Indian estate, I should say, not legacy, our Indian estate, get loans to make us work those loans off and pay back taxes now. But back then, we was paying back through crops and whatever, working. And as they're the people of the we're the wards and they're the guardians of the estate, right? And this is our land. And so I was like, now what's the purpose? Because I was like, but then they're giving money. I was like, okay, well that makes sense. I was like, well now I see what they mean by the government doesn't hold money. The government holds your estate. They're guardians of your estate. They use the birth certificates, which is proof that they're the guardians of your estate, to get money from the federal government, Federal Reserve, to loan to you, which we pay back, which keeps us in a perpetual debt cycle over and over again. But then I was like, but what's the purpose of that? Like metaphysically, are these demons, these parasites doing that? And I was like, oh, that's kind of like how they say, similar to how they say, like the demons, like the devils or whatever, they feed off of our fear. Like it literally in the metaphysical world, they literally get energy from the negativity caused by us. So here you have their process explained more metaphysically. You talking about them in the metaphysical, in their demon spirit is binding to us via the land, our land, whatever, our land, our estate, whatever, and holding us. And as we get put in perpetual debt through fear, they're enjoying it. They over there laughing it up, feeding off of it, and the energy is just keeping them flowing. Is that kind of what's going on?
Literally leeching for
Yeah.
energy.
Look up the word parasite.
And whatever people say,
Sheesh.
when a preacher, pastor is giving a sermon in a church, is that not a house of energy that they're storing and incitement off of the people?
Hell yeah. Any group of people coming together with their mind on that same purpose is being amplified.
And then
Exactly.
you got a parasite and a leech, right? So these things that you're looking up, keep in mind, they cannot survive without a host. A parasite needs something to live in. A leech needs something to leech off of. They can't be on their own.
Yep, yep. That's real. And which we end up consenting to. They figured out a way to make us consent to this through all this voluntary religion. We're getting us through the religion, making us having us voluntarily pay for it. And it's like it's almost like you willingly allowing this virus and parasite to really take hold and this is crazy. All we gotta do, we gotta break the motherfucking curse. We just gotta stop figuring out living independently, helping each other out, living amongst each other, nation, but all that shit. That's really it really is the goal.
It's the oversympathetic shit that they get, and that's the thing I be trying to tell some of my real American Indians. I know it's in us, but for now, until like I said, until things get correct course, all that being oversympathetic and feeling sorry for children, and just because a person's hungry and all this, bruh, that's how they got your ass. They really got us through the kids. If you want to be 100% real, and that's a lot of things nobody really talked about. Wasn't really no wars and nothing like that. They got your ass because we was too nice and through the children.
Through the
Because they knew
kids.
our women,
Mhm.
they knew our women would take care of the children.
Yeah, there's a lot of as we've gone through this, there's a lot of even that like now, but there's a lot of targeting of the children, like they do with the whole LGBT stuff today. But like, no, that's who they said that they was gonna go after. They was gonna put the Indian and Negro kids together. I'll bring it up, but they was gonna put the Negro and Indian kids together, start confusing things, do all this stuff in the schools. They was gonna baptize. If you can't get the family, the parents do the kids, baptize them, and eventually they gonna get their kids. You know what I'm saying? There it goes. They gonna get their kids and all this other like. Nah, yeah, it's they knew, and that's what I've been telling people too. Like, yeah, we fought some folks, and there was some fights and stuff here and there, and little wars, and through the Indians, but for the most part, like, they got us through deception and messing with our kids, women, and children, really, for the most part.
I had an elder, she told me a long time ago, she asked me a question. She said, what's the difference between your pastor or priest and a pimp? And I said, I'm not sure. She said, nothing. They're
Right?
just the same. And they
The
told
difference
me
is your pimp is a little bit more honest with you.
precisely,
Mm.
not as deceptive in their approach, in their edict, with their preaching.
We out here selling, you know what I mean? You either with it or you ain't. You know what I'm saying? The church or the preacher gonna lie all day.
Mm. Yeah.
But parasite's a good word, right?
My bad, y'all. I'm listening, but I had
That's
a.
cool. It's all about like binding yourself with the devil, right? Parasite's a good word. Hey, peace, David. And then so parasite is one who eats off the table of another, et cetera, gains his way by flattery and all these different things that church like preachers do. A lot of flattery and lies and shit. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, so it takes you into contract law, but contract is like a multi-dimensional word, right? Because I can contract with you, right? But you can so I can contract with the devil, right? But I can also contract the devil. You know what I mean?
Like I contract, like as if you contract the virus. I can
Right.
contract the devil. I see what you're saying. Wow.
Yeah. But either way is binding.
Mm. And now the whole binding and bonds and stuff like they call it a bond. Damn, like your guardian bonds. And
Legal
it,
officials all day. All day, every
yeah.
day, man.
Wow. Even the bail bonds, I had to think about that. So basically, they're bonding somebody to you to make sure you do what you're supposed to do until everything goes through for your court date. And if you don't, then they own your ass. But they are bonded to you, meaning they gotta watch your ass. They are sucking off your
They'll be
energy.
getting two birds with one stone sometimes, bruh. Because of society, they'll be getting two birds with one stone because they still ain't.
Mm.
A lot of us they made us forget about etymology. You get what I'm saying? They made us forget about the root words and stuff. Most people in society, to be honest with you, they so content with modern day and us being overruled because the majority rules nowadays, right? So if you go show a person nowadays like, hey, this is the root word of that, they're gonna be like, nigga, I don't give a fuck. Everybody else don't care.
Hmm. Hmm. And that's sad, man. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's systematic, right? And it works in cycles, but what you would call it is like the transmigration of souls. You know, you feel me?
Mm.
Like they try to keep you bound to this reality through the transmigration of souls, which is basically one soul enters a new body every time it happens, and they just keep you in this cycle of whatever foolishness they got going on.
Damn.
But the work that's being done is to get out of this shit, right?
Yeah.
Cycles always happen, but you got to turn that cycle into like a spiral where you're ascending the shit that's happened before. You feel me?
Man, and the transmigration of souls, and just the fact now giving your soul up to these folks, man, it just makes me feel so bad that I went through this whole baptism in my life and all this other shit. It's just like, damn, these niggas got me in this shit. But you can get out. Shit, I've been out. Fuck them.
Right, right. But that's why one of my favorite. Before I did, I want to do the if you can one more. One of my favorite ones, and I just want your opinion. I want your opinion on this one because I remember when I asked Rashad, I asked everybody this, and I still ask everybody to this day, right? When they look it up. So look up WIGHT, and I just want you to tell me who you think that definition applies to, Samuel. When you read that definition, I just want to see who you think that applies to.
You
It
said
don't apply to him no more.
If it ain't white, it ain't right.
you said white WITWHITE. Is that what you said?
WIGHT.
Oh, WIGHT. Why? Oh, really? Okay. Old English white or living being male or female person, something, anything from proto-Germanic. This is reconstructed. Blah blah blah. Thing, creature. I know the amount of unnatural or uncanny creature, but living being, male or female, person, something, anything. So everybody's a white. Is that what they're saying? Well, if you're male or female. Well, I mean, they would be male and female too, or a person, but we something different somewhat to some of them. But is that what they're saying?
But it's saying that who used to be a creature before? It says somebody used to be a kid. It said
It does
child,
say
right?
creature, yeah.
Yeah, it's so what this is a human being. According to all right, look, this is a white is a human being. All right, so according to James A. Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, a human being is a monster.
I do know you that you said that. So this is still, so the creature part is the main thing to take away from this. It says a living being male or male or female, but it's a creature. And but you said it's a human, which is
And then it says demon too. See,
oh, I didn't read down there below. Thing, creature, demon, German. I didn't read that down there. A doublet by phonetic.
little child, little little child.
Little child. Wow. Creature, little child, Old Norse, spirit of the earth. No, a gnome. No way, dude. No way. It said world.
World, because it says to be in the world but not of the world.
Man, that thing long. Let's see. Old
I would also
English.
say
Humans
biblical preach.
says a human secular existence. Pursuits, pleasures, and worries for this life. A long period of time. And also the human race, mankind, humanity. A word peculiar to Germanic languages with literal sense of age of man.
The Lord
From
teach you
Wednesday
the
and
purpose to be
yesterday.
in the world but not of the world.
So we exist in this. Man, I don't know how far niggas be trying to take this information, but you know, you feel me? That's why I started going live because I was like, nigga, this shit gets deep. You feel me? And I only be having like 20 folks up in there, and they be fucking restricting my lives every 10 minutes. We be cooking over. Hey, but look, this shit gets deep, man. You know, so be in the world, not of the world, right? But we're just supposed to exist here with our goal, which is to get out of the debt. It's like karmic debt under this firmament, right? Because firminess, if I'm not mistaken, firminess is a fixed payment. So we're here with a fixed payment that has to be repaid. People in the spiritual community, they call that karmic debt, right?
Mm.
And this shit has all been about debt, the whole entire experience.
Well, you
And
know
we're here
what?
to get out of it.
I didn't think about that, but like, I have heard that maybe we've built up some debt or whatever, whatever, and that's what's causing us to go through this, this down cycle as we ascend to the next, in a sense. But at the same time, I never thought about what does the physical look like for us paying off our karmic debt, and we are literally, in a sense, they got us at least paying off debt or in debt cycles until you can get out of it. That's wild.
But you notice how all that's changing, though, right? You notice how some of them, and that's why I be saying they're infighting because some of them are trying to give that karmic, or how can I say it, by taking that karmic debt off of us and ourselves. Like you notice how they're trying to lower credit scores, like the interest
Mm,
rates. They're bringing down interest rates. Notice how this stuff. It's all this stuff that now some of them that are realizing, like, I don't want this karmic debt that's been passed down to me from my ancestors. You know what I'm kind of saying? Let me try to
mm,
let some of this shit go off the quote unquote American people. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me get some of this shit off. We're trying to make it easier on the
Hey, real talk. Hey, look, so
mm,
we have four elements that created us, right? But the four elements unbalanced is chaos, right? But those same four elements are the fiat natura, which is let there be nature. You feel me? So this is like the elements of creating the physical existence that we're in. You know what I'm saying? So you be in this chaos, but not of the chaos. So what you're supposed to do is have self-control and balance. And once you have self-control and balance and you step outside of the chaos, you're in it, but you're not of it, right? It's obviously happening around you, but you're not supposed to be a part of the shit that's taking place. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
And the
mm,
reason why you have to have self-control is because everybody has a genie or a genius that was assigned to them at birth that has a specific temperament, and that's how everybody acts the way they act. But when these people have control and you have no self-control, they can pull out temperaments of you and at any given time, right? Through influence, right? Influence is another powerful word.
mm. Man, no, that's yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, it's opening my eyes to a lot of the things. It's like the combining of the other metaphysical and the physical, along with the corruption of the metaphysical and the physical. And because it's like there's the why. Why would they do it? Especially when you think about like the Federal Reserve can just print money. So it's like, well, what would be the point of somebody who can just print money to be fucking with people about money? Well, it's that higher parasitic like connection that he bind us to that they feeding off of in the metaphysical on some other kind of source sense in some other kind of sense. They're maybe that's the world created this karma in order to get us back in order to, and we got to defeat it in order to move to whatever the next level is that we moving towards. And I think we're doing that, through it may have been first through some, wars here and there, but a lot of it is spiritual. A lot of it is, and when they say spiritual, it's like that's mental. That's us fighting verbally, us looking up things mentally on places. And I think these verbal matches, even on the internet, are like a spiritual fight. Like the spiritual is the unseen, and everything in your brain, and I mean everything in your that comes out of your mouth was unheard of and unseen, but it was thought of in your mind before you said it. I know we just go out and start just kind of freestyle talking and stuff, but that's just us. I mean, we have that ability to kind of just rat out shit like it is. Now, I mean, everybody does in a sense, but that just reminds me of like freestyle rap. Like freestyle rap is just a whole nother anomaly in itself to be able to freely rhyme and continuously do it for a long time, saying talking about stuff continuously. It's like you're just directly connected to the spirit at that time and just coming
It's
out.
like the heart and soul of hip hop, bro. Like
Mm.
you remember back in the day, we all from the same generation, nigga. You wasn't even considered a real rapper if you couldn't freestyle. But
Mm.
writing, if you can't come off some shit off the top of your head, that's cool. Anybody can kind of. No disrespect to my people that can sit there and write, but from when I was growing up, we know for a fact the nigga that can come off shit with the top of his head and tell a story is that nigga.
That's the God. Hell yeah, that's the God in a sense. Go ahead.
Nah, real talk. So, I mean, since we just freestyling, right? So there's a word connected with hip hop, right? These people are disgusting, right? So when you're all anybody can answer this, right? When you're all in a circle rapping, does anybody know what that's called?
Damn, I forgot. I forgot,
A
but I know what
cipher.
It's called a cipher. Now,
Yeah.
what is a cipher? Right? This is divine mathematics. You know what I'm saying? This is that real shit, right? What is the cipher is the zero, right? What is that mathematics called? From the
What is it?
Big Daddy knows.
What you talking about?
Arithmetic?
Mathematics? No, I ain't talking about that. The percenters.
1%?
Yeah.
Or 7%?
Damn, I can't think, man. My children in the back laughing. I'm all over the place. Supreme mathematics. There we go.
Supreme, got you.
Yeah, the nation of gods and earth, supreme mathematics. You go to the zero. The zero is the cipher.
And
But there's also, when you're freestyling, there's a difference of authenticity in those who are perpetrating too, so we can understand the difference.
dang, I didn't think about that. Wow, like a nigga coming over, everybody like, man, I'm a rap. Okay, nigga can't freestyle. That nigga ain't no nigga.
Exactly.
You know how we used to do it. You know?
They pump fake it, acting like they understand the struggle for real, but they haven't been there.
Yeah, yeah, and that shows that you're on beat. It shows you're connected to source. It shows you have divine mathematics by staying on beat, literally, and it literally freestyling shows. It really showcases a lot instantly. I didn't even never thought about it.
They start calling out the color of your shoes and talking about the trees and your cherry on
Mm,
top. That come on, we all know, bro.
man, yeah,
But that's how these people got into. That's what they did, man. Because if you got a cipher, then you have somebody that has to try to decipher the cipher, right? Obviously, you know what I'm saying. So the
mm,
cipher represents the secret codes, right? But in the supreme mathematics, in the cipher, which is zero, right? You're supposed to keep evil out of the cipher by any means necessary, right? That's the whole thing, right? You got to keep that bullshit out of the cipher,
mm.
right? But the thing that they did is they created the music industry, and in the music industry, they control everything we rap about, right? So there was a time where we had secret codes, right, that we put into the music, right? And do y'all? Well, matter of fact, I think we're all at an age where we remember the time where we could be talking ebonics and shit, and these other nations literally didn't know what we were talking about.
Yeah, yeah. That
I
was
don't know
that
what
wasn't that long
they're
ago.
saying.
That wasn't that
It
long
wasn't that
ago.
long ago.
Hmm.
Now, how do you think they figured that out?
By watching this.
No, they figured it out through hip hop
Hmm.
because all your favorite rappers use the code talking in their best songs, right? So now these people were able to listen to these songs, put context together, and then decipher the codes we had for each other. So now instead of just listening to the song, now they can listen on the phone and they can hear somebody say, "I got two birds clucking in the backyard," and now they know because this is just fake lyrics. Now they know because Jadakiss said two birds clucking in the backyard, fiends everywhere. Now they know when they hear that shit on the phone. Oh, we got an indictment on the way. We know what two
Hmm.
birds clucking in the backyard means. We deciphered your codes, right? Through the agents we have in the hip hop industry.
That's wild. That's wild. Cause like, and they it's funny that they also use the name agents for it as well. But like now that makes sense because back in the day, like yeah, they didn't know. And when they was in courts, they didn't know that, but they do use a lot of stuff in the courtroom, lyrics and stuff. People telling on themselves, but or whatever. But yeah, we did. I never like we just thought we was being cool, like what I'm saying, changing up the word or something, because that's just what niggas do, like But at the same time, we are coding, recoding the language, and that also goes to show how languages can change over time in different areas of the United States between tribes, like how your Memphis folks would say like music and beautiful and shit like that, and the way that they rap, and they got certain slang words that they use that we don't use, and you would see like these people who would go around with these Indian tribes, and they'd be like, well, this tribe sounds very similar to this tribe, but they got different things. And I remember reading a lot of that, and I started thinking like, that's real similar to us today. It's just niggas being niggas, changing up shit no matter where we go, and some of it's coded, some of it's just being creative, some of it's just being fun, and some of it's just creating something new. I mean, and that's what I love about it is we the only ones to do that, but we were the only ones that create all these different, religion. I mean, not religions, but cultures that these people have always tried to take. So, but yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, they're always trying to decipher what we have going on since the
Hmm.
beginning of time or their time.
And I'm gonna let y'all say some last things. I'm probably about to get off here. Your boy got, as y'all can see, I've been back and forth on my phone tremendously. And so I'm probably about to go take care of some stuff, man. But if y'all want to say anything last, man, before I get off here, you're more than welcome.
Oh yeah, before I did, yeah, so I'm like, okay, go to work and shit. I was just gonna say, hey, appreciate you, bro, again for you know showing these other wild Indians how to be a wild Indian. Because a lot of niggas, I don't know what's going on, bro, but that shit that happened with FBA with old boy, this shit, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm happy that you went and did that. Because it's not really like, not to try to change the subject, but I don't mind them people doing what they're doing. Like you said, it's just the don't be trying to push me and others to the side and all everybody else to the side. You know what I'm saying? So you know what it is. Y'all can do
Mm.
you. All that being extra prideful and acting like the wild Indians they never did nothing, put in no work, is my fucking issue. But appreciate you once again, bro.
No, that's 100% real, and I'm gonna stand on it. And they really done galvanize me because now I think y'all really some agents. If you don't want to listen to any kind of information, you want to talk to anybody, whatever the case may be. Now I'm on your ass. Like y'all probably some goddamn agents, and y'all probably just been bullshitting this whole time, whatever, whatever. And I don't trust none of them, and I won't trust them. I don't know what it would take for me to trust them, to be honest. I get that some, and when I say them, I'm talking about the people at the top, not all FBAs, like the any other regular FBA, whatever. Say what?
No, I was gonna say that.
That's the thing is that it's them trying to not, like you said, not care about history and something. What I'm noticing, why you niggas don't want to claim your surname or your band that you found in your tree and rather be called just calling yourself an acronym. You'd rather go with an acronym than your personal surname or band that you found in your tree, bro. That shit's odd to me. And I need an explanation for that. I need to hear the excuse or the explanation of why that's better than a surname or a band.
For real. For real. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Like once you know who you are, there's no good reason not to really you not to at least I can understand not wanting to put it on the internet everywhere having your regular name, but like to for like that's different. That's the internet. To be a public figure and your shit is everywhere. You got movies, you ain't never signed a nothing with your real name, nothing. All these yeah, and then people can't. It's hard for people to find it, but they'll find it. But then you ain't even gonna stand by it and be like, "Yeah, that's me." Like me, I ain't got a problem. Like even if I still went by Chef Bay, because I like the way it sounds. And I almost thought about putting BAE for Bay, but I was like, nah. Then that was just something for the females. But like, yeah, no, like, it really makes me think that I just really can't trust you, especially when we're coming down to stuff that's so important, like our heritage, our lineage, who we are. If you can't even stand on your name and your folks, your surnames, then you're not really standing on who you are, period, or your folks. Your whole ancestry is just a question. So yeah, like they talking about they want to do people's motherfucking. We checking hairlines and we checking nigga. We checking surnames. We checking. You ain't got to give us your immediate. You can give us a couple of them back ones. You know what I'm saying? Like, quit playing, nigga. Motherfuckers is public. They motherfuckers be playing games. Man, I feel you, man.
For sure, y'all. I'll catch up with y'all in a little bit.
All right, oh, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, I'm gonna run too. I just want to say, man, I appreciate you opening up the panel, just be able to link and share the common minds and to gravitate with one another. Because that's what the beauty is. Most people will continue spouting what they know because they haven't been given another alternative. And these type of platforms start to open their eyes. But as we know, it takes time for you to study and then to go against everything you've been taught. So most people are afraid to step into that space and to truly have an open mind. And that's where the world is right now. So other people may come along in time, but for the most part, the work that's being done, that Rashad is doing, um, you're doing, and many others, it's important, man. It's going to go a long way. And the different mediums in which this information can come out is how we rewrite the narrative. And that's the true direction.
Mhm. That's
So that's what
real.
I was saying before. I got something for you guys to look at offline when you have time to
You cut out. You say you have something for us to look at when we have time to what?
went offline.
Hmm.
Yep. Something for you to take a look at.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, shoot, yeah, you can DM, send whatever. Yeah, we'll definitely check that out, man. And I appreciate the
Check the
words.
DM. I already hit you. Yep, up in hit you.
Oh, it's in there. Okay, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably scroll down. It must be hidden under all the shared lives.
It's
um,
my info. It's my info. And Rashad, I sent you the same. That way we can link and I can show you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna check you.
Okay.
Hey, send me another one. Send me another one so it'll be at the top of my messages.
Okay, I'll do that now.
All right, peace.
Bro, y'all be too intelligent for y'all own good. Y'all, like, hey, do y'all be hearing yourselves sometimes when you talk? Do you calculate? Or do you just be dropping gems?
we trying to get on your
I'm
level.
trying to figure this out real quick so I can make sure I ain't slip. Do y'all be hearing yourselves or do y'all just be dropping gems?
We trying to get on y'all level. We trying to get on TB level.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Nah.
get like you.
Hey, listen, bro. Let me tell y'all what y'all niggas just did, right? Y'all just exposed to these people exactly why Indians, like, why they kept saying the Indians and the white folks had Negroes. Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I do know that. That's what y'all just broke down. Why niggas in America was so easily to enslave, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everybody need a motherfucking leader or somebody to teach them something because niggas either ain't got nothing or don't know nothing. But hey,
Mm.
listen here. And there's a very few people that's actually amalgamated together that's gonna fight for what they gotta fight for. And this is just history as it always has been, bro. And y'all didn't even realize that's what y'all was talking about. Like, bro, we can pull up documents that the United States was buying Seminole Negroes in the 1830s to remove the Cherokees, Creeks, and other Indians to Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, motherfucking Missouri, and that these documents clearly say the Negroes control their masters. And that was the white folks and the Indians that the Negroes controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So I want y'all to really think about what y'all was just talking about and go back in history and be like, hey, these motherfuckers are real deal slaves. There's no way around it, bro. Like they can't help it. It's embedded.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, TB. When I get on a panel, nigga, I know what I'm doing. I'm on a mission from God. You feel me? It is what it is. I know what's up. I appreciate the compliments, but yes, sir. I have intentions when I speak. Ain't nobody fucking around. I'm goddamn Jim.
Hey, you know me, man. I be goddamn lurking because I be trying to see what I can hate on. So I be like, oh, hold on real quick. These niggas over here talking about listening to these niggas. I said, oh shit. They call these niggas slaves. Like, people really don't be getting why niggas keep calling them niggas slave baby. Like, regardless of the fact, your folks weren't intelligent enough or strong enough to really branch out on their own, so they needed somebody to be over them. Y'all niggas is doing the same thing ancestors were doing. That's why you can't take no pride in your name or where you come from. And you just running around with I got rights based on 1865. Well, Morningstar Islamic Whisperer tricked you motherfuckers. That's what he did. And that's why his name is Morningstar Islamic Whisperer. The man got you. Yeah, he got you. You fell for it. Now y'all the devil's advocate and he's the devil. See how that works?
Hey, look,
Mm.
I'm about to get out of here because I hope that he got to go. But I guess we were giving our last words. I was gonna let TV go first, so you can save the best for last. But I guess this nigga's giving speeches.
You know what? You got it, bro. You got it.
I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get out of here, but I was trying to save the best for last. I was being patient, but I guess I'll just speak now. Nah, but repetition is the father of learning. The matrix lectionis is the mother of learning. And the reason why you're fucked up is because they took the divine feminine out of everything. And all y'all niggas is off balance. You gotta bring the balance back. Peace and abundance.
That's real. That's real, man. But yeah, yeah, as you were saying, I'm about to get off here, but yeah, man, it was like you right, TB. Like it was an explosive live stream. I was trying to find this last thing that showed to kind of drive home kind of what you just said. Like it was about these guardian bonds, and it was basically uh how they had talking about how they had us guard had people guarding over. Here it is, over the orphans estate. Kept talking about the orphans estate, and I'm just like, if you were just born, why would you have an estate? If you were an orphan, if you were a child, and they put you on the care of somebody, I wonder what estate you would have. It would be what the land that was passed down to you. I feel like that's easily proven that when they had some of these so-called Indian orphans that these kids were heirs or to the property, and these people made themselves guardians over their heirs in order to bind themselves to us and all that other stuff. So yeah, no, that all makes sense, man. That all makes sense. But yeah, I appreciate you coming up here, and I appreciate everybody that's being up in here. Um, it's been an amazing live stream. I'll be back. I think the next time I said I was gonna come back, we're gonna do damn, what did I say we was gonna do? Go ahead, TB.
Oh yeah, I think. Damn, I forgot what you said we were supposed to do. We definitely got to get on that Asian shit. I want to show
Yeah.
folks how those folks turned us into Asian, and then turned around and turned us into Africans. And I got motherfuckers arguing over two different sides of the Eastern Hemisphere like we from either.
Mm.
Like that's crazy, bro. We got Orientalized, then got Africanized in a 500-year span, my nigga. I just cannot believe this shit. That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Nobody ain't paying no shit no attention. Those folks came straight over here and turned niggas into Indians and Asians, which the Indian title is not a title. But this is what they did. Like, I got real historical documents saying that, boy, these folks came over here and turned all the temples into some Asian shit, and everything religious about this place was some Middle Eastern shit. And all the myths about the place come from the Europeans, bro. Like, I got all that shit. How the Chinese influenced the Spanish to sail the Pacific. Oh, I mean,
I'm
man,
ready. Well, I'm a DM you. We can maybe set up a time either today to today. I might be free tonight. If not throughout this weekend, and we'll just get on a live stream. I could get on yours, or you can get on mine. It don't matter, and we'll just chop it up about that. I'm gonna try to pre-read some of the stuff you sent me, so I can maybe have some sources ready and have my mind ready for the areas and things and broken down, so that way I can be like really on point with it mentally when we're going through it. So yeah, we'll definitely do that.
just really stick to the American shit. Because, bro, when I tell you, you gonna say, "Oh, I'm on their ass," boy, the folks fucked up. They told us the Spanish conquered this way. They lied. Everything happened through the Chinese, bro.
Mm.
America. That why China acting an ass on them folks now.
Mm.
This shit been long gone.
And it makes sense. They the closest one to the other coast, to the other side of us. They want us to think it came from way over the other side, but it was hard to travel from over there, to be honest. So no, I can definitely see it coming from that. Appreciate that, Alicia.
Columbus crossed the ocean blue for hurricane season.
Mm.
Show me a boat that gonna go cross straight across the Atlantic for hurricane season. Fuck the water. I'm talking about the wind mixed with the water.
Mm. Bunch of lies, bunch of stories. Because once you come from the other side, it ain't like it's hard to get to the other side. Once you come and you hit like let's say central, like Mexico, it ain't that far to travel on land before you can hit that other side and travel up the East Coast. So yeah. It really makes us rethink how everything really happened, and that's what I really wanna. I want to go into that, especially them documents you were showing with the professor or whoever, the New York, whatever. I definitely want to go into that, but yeah, I'm about to get off here, man. I'm gonna get off here, man. I'm gonna hit you up
Yeah,
in there.
y'all folks with it.
All right, boss man. My thing is choppy again. Oh, my computer is freezing up, y'all. So if you can hear me, I'm about to get off of here. Appreciate everybody coming up in here. Hopefully you can hear this. But yeah, computer be getting hot. Mostly because I'm running two live stream at the same time. Cameras going through both. It's sharing the screen of the other screen. Oh, I got a lot going on, I guess. But still, it shouldn't be that bad. But appreciate y'all, and y'all enjoy y'all rest of y'all day. That's if it let me stop it. Hell, it's going so slow it won't even let me push the button.